download it. I would have downloaded it. No, I want to go right here. I would have downloaded it. Can I get, see that shit? This is where the tapes come from that I played earlier. Yeah. The video that I played earlier on Fed 3GD, these the transcripts where he come from. I did. The doctor is a transcript of Dr. Lawrence Dungan's taped reminiscence. I see that reminiscence of off-the-record remarks by Illuminati insider Dr. Richard Day. He was reminiscing about the date of March 20th, 1969. That's what we listened to earlier on Fed 3GD. These are original transcripts. He spoke about it, I think, it was a long time ago. But he was reminiscing about a meeting that he had with someone in 1969 who was spilling the beans. I dig. These are the transcripts. You dig? See? It's like 2 or 3 tapes. They will take one right there. We listen to take one today. A lot of people like, hey man, that's some good shit. I know. Because these motherfuckers writing this shit as they go. There's a whole transcript. So you can read it if you don't want to listen to the video. You can just read it. People will have to get used to change. Remember we were talking about that? But this is the whole transcript. The whole transcript. Alright, Cold Pips. All the shit that we done been through was said going to happen in 1969. After they implemented a goddamn hurry up and go plan for goddamn the 21st century. A whole lot of shit they wanted done before the 21st century hit. Before, you know what I'm saying? The year 2000. So we're in a one world order now, man. Look at this shit. It's 46 pages. But I just wanted to show y'all that, man. That's where that video came from earlier. No, cancel. Let's go back. I don't know why they be fucking with me. I'm just a down country nigga that like the whoop de whoop. They like the whoop de whoop. They likes the whoop de whoop. We already did Kanye. What we already did? Hold up. This who was that? Hold up. Yeah, I think this who was that. I like to whoop de whoop.
Has no basis whatsoever, nobody to back it up, nobody to say it's legit. And
that boy Mag don't be giving a fuck neither, man. I like my boy Mag.
Why is it being shown?
Man, that shit to their ass.
Very curious. They constantly say that she is impaired. I tell you that what you're looking at there is an altar, which is what happens when you use trauma-based mind control. You split the mentality of these people into fractures, like a mirror. and each personality doesn't know the other personality. And what we see in this tape, and we're going to look at one more time, is Anna as a 4-year-old child. You'll notice that she doesn't have any idea of what Howard K. Stern is talking about when he asks her about the mushroom trip. She has no idea what he's talking about when he says this footage will be worth money. And I can tell you straight up right now that this is a 4-year-old girl mentality that you're looking at, and this is her original alter that we're going to witness.
What do you think, Anna? Is she gonna be, is Riley gonna be your new makeup artist?
Huh?
Is Riley gonna be your new makeup artist?
We're gonna use these first, Bobby.
Have you found a new makeup artist?
I don't know. You can open your eyes. Use it over them. Not frozen. I wish you could go on the water slides. You're pregnant. If your pregnancy, your heart's bad, if you have a broken bone or a back condition.
Say that again. Say it again.
I think I'm having some gas trouble. Why aren't you pooting then, or does it hurt? It hurts, and I need some gas poot stuff so I can poot it out. He does. Do you have some? The clown needs some medicine.
A clown. A clown needs some medicine.
How do you feel now?
I can't move.
You can't move.
Why can't I move?
You're paralyzed. Just like that day when you did nothing. You did nothing. Now, sink into the floor.
Wait.
Sink.
Sounds that could only be the musical stylings of Victor Oladipo, who is the reigning two-time champion of the All-Star Weekend player talent show.
You are talented. I give you a little credit on that. A lot of credit. You're very talented. I mean, you're not a karaoke guy like me, but you can ask. You know they call me O'Brown Eyes, right?
As a matter of fact, you both have experience singing New York, New York. His was at the Slam Dunk Contest. Yours was in Vegas.
Yes.
We had the show out there. Here's just a little sampling. You see those two mics back there?
You made up your own words. Wait, that was the words.
The Rockets have now won 17 of their last 18 at home and 12 in a row in their gym. They've only lost one game at home since February 9th, and that was to Golden State. But now they've beaten Golden State twice in this series, and we're all knotted up at 2 apiece. Welcome to Inside. Shaq's right there. Kenny's right there. 18 at home and 12 in a row in their gym. They've only lost one game at home since February 9th, and that was to Golden State. But now they've beaten Golden State twice in this series, and we're all knotted up at 2 apiece. Welcome to Inside. Shaq's right there. Kenny's right there. Chuck is down there.
What's up, man?
Were you mugging over here?
No, never heard
Yes, you were. I don't know what you were doing.
I've been in love with you since 1989. I would never do that to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And 12 in a row in their gym. They've only lost one game at home since February 9th, and that was to Golden State. But now they've beaten Golden State twice in this series, and we're all knotted up at 2 apiece. Welcome to Inside. Shaq's right there. Kenny's right there.
But it's been a heck of a ride, to be honest. I really can't complain. Yeah, I was kind of I was a little down. I found out I was injured and I had to have surgery again, or with another knee. But at the end of the day, I have amazing teammates. Guys like Draymond, everybody on this team, they come over there, they wrap their hands around me like, yo,
Bro, watch my nigga Jalen Rose, though.
Call the name, woke him up. Call the name, woke him up. Gone.
Shaq's right there. Kenny's right there.
But it's been a heck of a ride, to be honest. I really can't complain. Yeah, I was kind of I was a little down. I found out I was injured and I had to have surgery again, or with another knee. But at the end of the day, I have amazing teammates. Guys like Draymond, everybody on this team, they come over there, they wrap their hands around me like, yo,
Bro, watch my nigga Jalen Rose, though. Look at my nigga Jalen Rose. Tell me that's a fucking robot or some shit. That ain't no fucking human being. Look at this nigga. He didn't move, blink, or nothing.
Gone. You know how many years this shit been going?
Tell me that's a fucking robot.
Bullshit.
wrap their hands around me like, yo,
Bro, watch my nigga Jalen Rose, though. Look at my nigga Jalen Rose. Tell me that's a fucking robot or some shit. That ain't no fucking human being. Look at this nigga. He didn't move, blink, or nothing. Bro, look at this shit. This nigga a robot too, man. They got my niggas. That's my nigga. He from my city. No, they got him too. No, this shit wicked than a bitch. I just peeped this shit watching the game in the finals.
Try to get. Look at Gooch. Who that is? Gooch or 2 Chainz? Look at him. Gone. Gone. Gone. Gone. Wake up, dog. Gone. Gone.
Marshall Mathers. Some of you may know him as Eminem, but he's going to join the Saturday night crew with our music intro starting next Saturday night. But folks, I want to take you to the world premiere of one of his new videos called Berserk. Take a listen.
Yeah, sorry. Live TV. Live TV freaks me out a little bit.
No.
Yes, I'm sorry. What was the question? Yeah, I'm really uncomfortable right now. Okay.
When I was making love to my old boyfriend, I used to think about women sometimes.
Oh, good Lord. I'm sure he was delighted when you told him because...
Yeah, man. Look at him. There's a transcend.
I felt really weird, I feel nervous, a little bit all around. I feel a little shaky. I don't know what's wrong with me. No, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's a good shit. It's great.
You're like, answer my question, but I'm not asking one.
Well, it's like, we're out of time, so I have to let you go. It says toss to break. Just acknowledging all of the accolades and success and the talent. Great to see you all. Congratulations. See you at the Oscars. And here's me not asking a question. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Stay with us. And if you miss any of my interviews...
Playing with him. The fuck wrong with you? Say so, be right back, motherfucker.
With the Oscars. And here's me not asking.
Thought her job was over. Once she gave that goddamn hug, it was over. She supposed to be walking off. All she was programmed to do, hug, and that supposed to be it. After too much shit, flipped out, gone.
Question. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Stay with us. And if you miss any of my interviews or...
They know what's up. Look how they laugh the shit off. Man, these motherfuckers crazy, bro. These motherfuckers crazy, bro.
With the Oscars. And here's me not asking a question. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. Stay with us. And if you miss any of my interviews or G's interviews, don't forget eonline.com. Keep it there. Get all the Grammy stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, we're right back.
You have to be cured.
It was horrible.
Of course it was horrible. Violence is a very horrible thing. That's what you're learning now. Your body's learning it.
I just don't understand about feeling sick the way I did. I never used to feel sick before. I used to feel like the very opposite. I mean, doing it or watching it, I used to feel real on a show.
You felt ill this afternoon because you're getting better. You see, when we're healthy, we respond to the presence of the hateful with fear and nausea. You're becoming healthy, that's all. By this time tomorrow, you'll be healthier still.
As this 1952 CIA memo says, the aim is controlling an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation.
CIA. Their creed is to never tell you anything like the truth. CNN, owned by the CIA. CNN have military representatives come out in the media to bring forth these propagandas upon the people in which they have, man, took over social media, bro. I would recognize these folks, bro.
But it was a discovery here in Basel, Switzerland, at Sandoz Laboratories by Dr. Albert Hoffman, that led the intelligence agencies of America to believe that they had found the panacea. The discovery was lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD. The film that you see is considered by many experts to be the closest illustration of the effects of a hallucinogenic.
It was one of the first times that anybody had run into a powerful drug that was different than anything else that they knew anything about.
John Gittinger, recently retired chief psychologist for the CIA. This is the first time Gittinger has been interviewed publicly.
We could disable a whole city by putting a very small amount on a water supply. After all of these years of us, those of us who were involved in looking for this secret drug, this was the only thing that began to look for the first time like it might be something like that.
The CIA's interest in LSD was intense. The worry was that the Russians would get hold of it. Were the Soviets into LSD?
Soviets.
I'm going to have to say I'm sure they were, but if you ask me to prove it, I've never...
The Soviets, fuck Russia, nigga. That's what the Soviets were doing before they got down here behind the goddamn Russian motherfuckers, man. The Soviets, that was supposed to allegedly took down by the motherfucking Nazis. The fuck? Keep telling y'all the same shit. It ain't gonna change. The truth ain't gonna change, man. I got this shit from all kind of different sources, but it's always the same shit, man.
Seen any direct proof of it?
Moscow is in the midst of the last hours of summer.
Brainwashing, hypnosis, and even surgical manipulation of the human brain has all been researched.
Hold up, man. Way back there, surgical goddamn neurologist inside your fucking brain way back then, it go way back even further than that. Even when they was putting the Frankenstein in front of your face and motherfucking operating on a human brain while they're alive, nigga. Not no goddamn dead bodies and shit.
Thoroughly by the CIA.
To provide an objective record of a subject's behavior, she's filmed before treatment and again after treatment. And the two films placed side by side. Notice how the subject before treatment, in the picture on the right, holds onto the chair as she moves. Notice the difference in posture, the greater effort required to rise from the chair, the longer time needed to complete the simple task.
He would cut the skin,
the evil German
skin flap back, roll it back. He would then literally remove the skull, the top part of the skull. The patient all this time is under a local anesthetic.
Always depicted in cartoons or movies as this one scientist, the evil doctor, the evil scientist is always the god. Shit crazy, bro.
Completely conscious.
I think, man, you don't answer.
From my own point of view, the most unexpected finding was to discover that a mild electrical current applied to the...
So if the Soviets was doing this and the Soviets is out of the way now, if the Soviets passed their torch to Russia, then the goddamn Germans fell back and then whoop the wop, bam, bam, huh? And then all of a sudden the United States supposed to be able to have the strength and the power to fuck over Germany? Skanopatin. You never defeated Germany and shit. It's a psyop, nigga. They psyoped all that shit to get your mind off them aboriginals that we be talking about over here in our goddamn miracles. Because the real killing of this shit, goddamn it, Hitler even told you motherfuckers, goddamn, he got his goddamn blueprint from what happened where? Over here. Hitler got his blueprint for what he was gonna do to them goddamn fake ass Jews that was writing all those secret ass motherfucking
surface of the brain causes a patient
Hitler wasn't killing no niggas.
to have a memory from his own past sometimes.
Imagine. Hitler wasn't killing no niggas, he was killing Jews. He got his blueprint from what goddamn was done to the real. If you want to call yourself a Jew, you want to put yourself in the mix of the story, he got his blueprint from what was done to the motherfuckers in the old world.
And you like cut your like skull open and somebody like touch their brain, touch your brain with their hand, how that would hurt you.
What in the world were they looking for with the magic mushrooms?
I think the best answer to that is that they were looking for fundamental information on compounds that would be capable of causing changes in behavior, changes in mental attitude.
Did you ever consider what would have happened if any of these substances were given to, say, unwitting people?
I don't remember having considered that specifically. What if you...
Listen how his voice changed. He fucked up his damn self.
Oh, I don't remember having... be capable of causing...
Listen to the voice, listen.
Changes in behavior, changes in mental attitude.
He fucked up.
Did you ever consider what would have happened if any of these substances were given to, say, unwitting people?
Oh, I don't remember having considered that specifically.
What if you... I trust perhaps you've thought about it.
Oh, I haven't worried about it. Your question again, what would I have thought had I known that
any of these substances would
have been given to
unwitting persons?
You mean a hostile agent of another government?
No, I
think that was probably one of the things they had in mind.
I mean, testing it out on
a hostile agent in another government. Huh? United Nations, One World Order, all these niggas own this shit. All these motherfucking, when I said niggas, I'm talking about the different governments. These motherfuckers united with this shit. They've been on this shit. They already know they can't be stopped now, man. These motherfuckers
American citizen. I guess I must seem very, very cold-blooded.
Motherfuckers ain't got no motherfucking intelligence and ain't using this shit. Then you gotta think about how long they done had in the whip, man. They just gotta own their mind up, man.
About this, but I don't recall ever having been very much preoccupied with that issue.
But many drugs were tested in this way. A decision was made at the highest levels of the CIA to do testing on unwitting Americans. As one CIA document says, such testing would be operationally realistic. A former CIA official who worked on these programs describes for the first time how the decision was made. He did not wish to be filmed or recorded. Thus his remarks are read by someone else.
I think every last one of us felt sorry to attempt this kind of thing. We knew we were crossing the line. Every decent kid knows he shouldn't steal, but he does it sometimes. We knew damn well we didn't want anyone else to know what we were doing.
The decision was made to do testing on unwitting victims. It was decided they should be on the fringes of society because they were most vulnerable.
I'm saying unwitting, bitch. Unknowing, ho. Folks ain't know what the fuck you were doing to them, bitch.
It was the borderline underworld. Prostitutes, drug addicts, and other small-timers who would be powerless to seek any kind of revenge.
Borderline underworld. I wonder what the fuck y'all really do in the underworld, bitch. If this borderline underworld, motherfucker, what the underworld do? What y'all doing up under that motherfucking ground, bitch? Man, fuck these people, man.
In case they found out.
History will judge the role of the CIA and other intelligence agencies in unwittingly contributing to the counterculture of the 60s through their intense interest in LSD and other hallucinogenics. But for the moment, at least, the argument can be made that the CIA helped usher in the Age of Aquarius. By far...
Age of Aquarius. Who's in the Age of Aquarius now? They help us in the Age of Aquarius. Is we in a repeating cycle?
Now, the most chilling experiments we have uncovered took place at this Gothic estate called Raven's Crag, halfway up Mount Royal in Montreal. It houses the Allen Memorial Institute of Psychiatry of McGill University. It was here that the CIA funded a series of experiments, severe experiments. The work was done by the Institute's then director, Dr. Ewan Cameron. It is the closest experimentation to brainwashing yet disclosed. His work, unprecedented in psychiatry, consisted of 3 areas which he called sleep therapy, psychic driving, and the ultimate depatterning. Dr. Maurice Dongier, current head of the Allen Memorial Institute.
In his psychic driving, so-called type of therapy, he would give the patient intensive electric treatment in order to make the patient regress deeply, become forgetful, and then he would attempt to implant new ideas in the mind of the patient.
Now, to a layman, it would appear that Dr. Cameron was trying to take the slate and wipe it clean, the slate being the mind. In other words, brainwashing.
Exactly, that's a very good comparison.
The next step was what he called psychic driving. This involved almost endless tape-recorded messages and more drugs for the patient. Cameron wrote that this was the way to make direct controlled changes in personality. The most severe technique Cameron used was depatterning. He described it as breaking up the existing patterns of behavior by means of intensive electroshock therapy with prolonged periods of sleep. He carried out these experiments in something he called the sleep rooms. But documents clearly show that the CIA was attempting to develop agents over whom they had as much control as possible. Agents who would perform tasks contrary to their own good.
Normally conditioned American who's been trained to kill and then to have no memory of having killed. His brain has not only been washed, as they say, it has been dry cleaned.
Is a Manchurian candidate, controlled by others to do things against his will, possible?
Y'all remember all them black and white movies they used to make about the mad scientists, the German scientists, all those movies we used to watch on television? They were putting it right in front of our goddamn face. I used to sit up on Sundays and Saturday nights and Sundays and watch those movies. I used to watch those black and white movies, man. I used to sit up and watch them as a kid. I remember this shit. That's why it's shit in my mind like that, man. You sit and watch all that dumbass shit, man. Program the fuck out of me with this dumbass shit, bro. Put it right in your goddamn face, man. Shit crazy.
I would say the answer is yes, but there are many qualifications to that.
Dr. Milton Klein, a psychologist, a clinical and experimental hypnotist, and unpaid consultant to the CIA.
The qualifications would be the subject selected to produce the kind of behavior that you wish, the amount of time, the procedures that are utilized, and the motivations of the people who are designing, executing, and administering the procedures. You're asking whether an individual can be, under hypnosis, influenced, coerced, persuaded, shaped to perform an antisocial act, or a destructive act, or an act of violence. My answer would be yes.
Cameron used this combined sleep electroshock treatment on patients as long as 30 days. One patient he kept asleep for 65 days. Cameron retired, and his successor, Dr. Robert Cleghorn, ordered a follow-up study on the patients treated with Cameron's de-patterning method.
Showed that it was no more beneficial in its result than the use of more conservative methods.
But the follow-up study showed that 60% of those who had been de-patterned still had amnesia for periods of anywhere from 6 months to 10 years. That's quite a memory loss, isn't it?
That is a memory loss, indeed it is. It's I think, more than desirable.
In retrospect, does Dr. Cameron's experimentation and his treatment appear harsh?
I would say yes. I mean, this forceful type of approach that I was describing to you is definitely, it can be said that it's harsh.
Neurophysicist Dr. Jose Delgado was financed by the Office of Naval Research. In this experiment, the bull is sedated. Electrodes are implanted in its brain. Delgado transmits an electronic impulse to the center of the bull's brain.
Implanted in his brain.
Delgado has remote control of the animal. Recently released CIA documents refer to the feasibility of remote control of animals, and that special investigations will be conducted toward the application of selected elements of these techniques to man.
Implanted in his brains. It ain't that big old glass box they be showing us that they using, want to show us today that they using this little shit, this big ass box. No. Little neurons and shit being implanted in the brain. Way back then.
Steve was isolated by Stoll and Hoffman in a Sandoz pharmaceutical company of Basel, Switzerland. When in 1943, Hoffman became temporarily psychotic through accidental ingestion of the drug, the door swung wide open for research into the nature of the schizophrenic process and, in a larger sense, into the biochemistry of psychoses. TV's Paul Coates of Confidential File undertook to film a model psychosis in our laboratory in an attempt to impress upon the public, through a case of artificial insanity, that the mentally ill is not inhabited by
Artificial
them.
insanity.
The battery of psychological tests compressed into 4 short hours will not be shown here.
Insanity.
Our attention will be focused on the experiences of our volunteer subject, My watch Bill. is exactly 12 o'clock and we're ready to start this experiment.
Artificial
I'm going to give you this cup
insanity.
that contains lysergic acid, 100 micrograms.
Artificial insanity.
Will you drink it? How did it taste?
It had no taste.
How did it look?
Colorless.
Now, would you tell me your name, please?
William the Lark.
1217. This is a good time to do the control EEG, so we go next door. In less than 2 hours, LSD will reach its climax. In most subjects, the alpha index drops, and the frequency analyzer will show the gradual emergence of the fast frequency bands. Single light flash will block the alpha waves for at least twice as long a period as it does now. It will modify each time the visual illusions Bill is expected to see as he lies in a dark cage with his eyes closed. Well, you told me not long ago that you were hungry.
What I'm hungry for is not this sort of thing, because I want to feed off of this feeling, this joy, which seems to be coming from everything. But somehow I don't seem like I'm myself. I feel as though I'm several other people, and all of them better. And all very benevolent. I mean, even I feel about that I'm not being I'm not describing the word benevolence the way I mean it.
What follows now is called by Bill a messianic experience.
Close your eyes.
Universal love, joy, benevolence, and above all, the split between thought and feeling. Close your eyes and just concentrate on your hands. Is there any difference in its weight, in its substance?
This one seems heavier.
The left one seems heavier?
Seems more positive.
Than the right?
Yeah, this seems more. There it is. I feel these lovely colors vibrating all over me. Oh, it's lovely.
Any lines?
Oh.
Any forms?
Just like the shimmering water, you know.
You can put your hand down now. Come on, describe it. You feel happy now? Do you feel happy?
Yes.
Well, you must be because you have tears in your eyes.
Oh.
Is that a beautiful experience, would you say?
I would say yes.
Describe it again.
Oh, I don't know. It's just giving and...
You're doing fine. Just try to describe it.
Oh, you don't know. You want to give yourself... You want to give yourself as much as you can.
What happens when I do this?
I don't know, sort of... nothing much, except that I was sort of getting somewhere and you interrupted it.
I see.
Sort of irritating in a way, I suppose.
I know, but I thought that maybe we can rest a little bit because this experience was getting to be a little overwhelming. Isn't that right?
Well, I wouldn't say. I'd like to keep it up.
305. This is where the LSD effect usually goes into a decline. But Bill is still at it.
But such a benevolence.
What do you mean?
I feel very benevolent. I mean, I feel as though I have no enemies in the world, and this is very lovely.
You feel
very fragile, delicate, lovely. And it goes and comes, you know. That one state there that was, I never experienced anything like that. It's marvelous.
On the whole, do you feel happy or do you feel...
I feel so happy.
What happened to this feeling, messianic feeling that you described before?
I feel that it's if that's what I described, I feel that it's very valid.
Yes, but do you still have it as strongly now as you had before, or is it weakening?
It's weakening, I suppose, or it's becoming more well-defined, I suppose.
Do you have the general feeling, though, that you're coming down to earth, so to say?
Yes, I do.
One last burst of ecstasy. At the end of this hour, he noticed the weight of his mic, the sweat of his shirt, the stomach that was empty. He asked for food. A grandiose delusion implanted upon the loss of body feeling was over.
Mind sciences, or the study of human behavior in relation to the mind, is the newest of all the arts. It's less than 100 years old. And it is by far the one that is most cloaked in secrecy. The origins of psychological warfare were in Nazi Germany. And in the Nazi ideology, they had something that was called Weltanschauungskrieg, which means worldview warfare. The idea for them was imposing the Nazi worldview on the countries that they had occupied. The Americans picked up this idea, created an American version of it, and called that psychological warfare. In trying to understand psychological warfare and trying to understand the American approach to post-war efforts to control people's minds, both as individuals and on a mass scale, there's a lot of illusions about how that was done. Were Nazis involved in that process? Yes, they were. The paperclip was a United States government-sanctioned CIA operation for the importation of Nazi and fascist scientists into the United States. Their statement was simply this: if we don't bring these people into this country and contain them, then our enemies, the Soviet Union, will get them. The first wave was to bring in scientists. It was 700-odd propulsion scientists, and then there were some 600 and some odd mind scientist people that they brought in. The CIA was given the responsibility of actually placing the individuals that had a Project Paperclip into the military-industrial complex, including their colleges and universities. Mind control was a psychological warfare weapon that Adolf Hitler regarded as the answer toward taking over the entire planet. The name for the mind control research in this country was MK-Ultra. MK-Ultra was one program, a series of programs that came out of the CIA to experiment with different types of mind control, using drugs, using electroshock, using insulin shock, and other techniques.
I think that the goal for those people who planned the program was very straightforward. It was an attempt to figure out a way to interrogate people and to learn how to protect their own agents against control by others. If you put someone in a position of being disabled by not feeding them or not allowing them to sleep or overwhelming them with sound. If you use massive shock treatment and you give people massive doses of drugs such as PCP or mescaline or amphetamines or LSD, and if you put them in periods of darkness where they can't predict from one minute to another what is going to happen next, so they're always dreading, there's no consistency to sort of what's going to happen, anybody can be put in a position of being open to brainwashing. Probably the foremost psychiatrist of his time in the 1950s. He was using high-tech sound techniques. He was using multiple kinds of loop recorders to force people to listen to recorded messages 24 hours a day for weeks on end to basically destroy people's thinking patterns.
Lysergic acid into the vein, and he patted me on the shoulder and said, "Now there, lassie, we'll see you later." And I started to feel very frightened, and the fright became a terror. And I sort of began throwing myself from one side of the room to the other. I didn't know what to do to stop this feeling. It felt like my bones were melting. That I just didn't know who I was anymore.
This is not just break-ins in people's homes. It's not just invasions of privacy by illegal wiretapping. This is an invasion of a person's mind. But that is about as profound an injury, except for loss of life, that the government can impose.
This was a post-Nazi program, if you will. It was an Americanization. I've often made a statement, and I still make it flippantly. The Nazis didn't lose a war. They just had to move. Now it's 50 years later. Now they're much more elaborate, much more sophisticated. They have a lot more money to spend. danger before taking over the entire planet. The name for the mind control research in this country was MK Ultra. MK Ultra was one program, a series of programs that came out of the CIA to experiment with different types of mind control, using drugs, using electroshock, using insulin shock, and other techniques.
I think that the goal for those people who planned the program was very straightforward. It was an attempt to figure out a way to interrogate people and to learn how to protect their own agents against control by others. If you put someone in a position of being disabled by not feeding them or not allowing them to sleep or overwhelming them with sound, if you use massive shock treatment and you give people massive doses of drugs such as PCP or mescaline or amphetamines or LSD, and if you put them in periods of darkness where they can't predict from one minute to another what is going to happen next, so they're always dreading, there's no consistency to sort of what's going to happen, anybody can be put in a position of being open to brainwashing.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders. And among those maimed and murdered, innocent children.
Disgraced millionaire Jeffrey Epstein has committed suicide in his jail cell. 3 officials familiar with the matter say accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein killed himself at Manhattan's Metropolitan Correctional Center. The sources say they found him at 7:30 this morning inside his cell. They say he hanged himself. He had been arrested earlier in July for those sex trafficking charges of several minor girls. We will continue to stay on top of this story. This news just breaking minutes ago. Committed suicide in his jail cell. Committed suicide in his jail cell.
But the law says if you made a mistake, you rescind.
Whose law said that? The law of the United States?
Yeah.
Or who controls the law of the United States?
Legislatures.
Yeah, legislatures that have their whole own agenda. Laws mean nothing. You give me the currency of a country and you can make all the rules in the world. And that's all that matters. Who's in control?
1-800-CALL-FBI.
We built software to fight human trafficking and the sexual exploitation of children.
I was sexually assaulted by a successful Hollywood agent.
And this child was so conditioned by her environment that she thought she was engaging in play.
Dat was het breekpunt.
That was the breaking point.
Kinderen.
Children.
This nation, this idea called America, was and always will be a new world. Our new world.
I've had all the money in the world 3 times. I had to give it back to keep the game going.
What game?
The game. It's a game. Money is a game. It's only real to the people who work for it. The
people that don't need to work for money, it's an monopoly game. It's a game of paper.
Democratic system of ours, a system second to none, and make it better. A better America, where there's a job for everyone who wants one. Where women working outside the home can be confident their children are in safe and loving care, and where government works to expand child care alternatives for parents.
I've got a production company, and I've got a recording company, and I've got a mansion in Beverly Hills, and I've got Rolls Royces and Ferraris. I've got everything money can buy, but it's all on paper. Everything's done through the companies and through the tax loopholes, and the people that live on that level, they don't care about the average honest mule that just goes back and forth to work.
Former child star Elijah Wood says Hollywood has a seedy underbelly of child sex abuse and that those responsible are being protected by the entertainment industry elite.
Sheen's statement comes through as representatives to The Hollywood Reporter, and nothing more was said other than he denies the allegations. It's in response to a National Enquirer report claiming Sheen raped Haim while they were working together on the set of Lucas in 1986.
The explosive reaction to that disturbing Michael Jackson documentary, Leaving Neverland. It focuses on two men who accused Jackson of abusing them when they were children.
The number one problem in Hollywood was and is and always will be pedophilia. That's the biggest problem for children in this industry.
The casting couch even applies to children.
Oh, yeah. Not in the same way. It's all done under the radar.
Nobody talks about pedophilia.
It's the big secret.
Kevin Spacey faces a felony charge of sexually assaulting a teenager in Massachusetts. A district attorney made the announcement today. And soon after, Spacey broke his silence, posting a bizarre video to social media. Anna Werner is following this.
I was surrounded by them when I was 14 years old. Surrounded. Literally. Didn't even know it. It wasn't until I was old enough to realize what they were and what they wanted and what they were about and the types of people that were surrounding me until I went, oh my God, they were everywhere like vultures.
We have breaking news tonight. Sources tell CBS News New York City police have brought prosecutors new rape allegations against Hollywood mogul Harvey Weinstein.
Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities, the El Paso, Las Cruces communities,
Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about trouble and trying to be responsible one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news
has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I could not sit around one more day and just not say anything. It's Hollywood. It's like the whole thing. Casting directors, they'll convince parents of kids to let them be abused for work and money. And a lot of these parents of showbiz kids have willingly signed off to have their kids abused. It's fucked up. And in that case, a lot of times you don't really even need money to be changed hands. You just need the, hey, we'll give you this and that. And it's,
incestuous system. It's an evil system. Crazy shit on Twitter. That is true. Not something I wanted to say, but I'm fucking tired of people lying. I've watched these people just lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie, and they will never fucking tell the truth. So I'm here to tell the truth. Seth Green, sorry, my man. Fucking so sorry. I never wanted to do this, but you're a pedophile. James Gunn. 10,000 tweets, bro. You fucking kidding me? Like, what part of you thought, like, to not delete? What part of you thought it was like, whatever. Guys, the world is changing. The world is changing. We are entering into a new era for mankind, and it's going to be hard for people.
I want you to keep in mind that all your social media platforms are controlled by the same people, and the New World Order are controllers, basically. And so anything that's promoted is something you should pay attention to, is how it's played on all different sides, right? You're going to have the people that are going to come out, parrot the corporate media, and then you're going to get the alternative media coming in saying it's probably the Clintons that did it, and you know, oh, he was really murdered, he didn't commit suicide. How is somebody murdered when they're on suicide watch? Why is anybody paying attention to this? Why does anybody care? Because it's your mind control. Because your mind control is basically telling you to invest your energy in this. And this is just a perfect example of how it works. It will never end. You're in a sea of chaos, and the sea of chaos is being stirred, and more shit is being thrown in every day. And every day people go back to this sea of chaos expecting, I don't know what they're expecting, but this is all you're ever going to get. You're going to get your divide and conquer nonstop. You're going to get your left, right. You're going to get your fake alternative media. Whether Epstein is dead, whether he committed suicide, whether he was murdered, whether he's, you know, still alive on a beach in Tel Aviv or on the dark side of the moon. I'd probably take the latter two if I had to take a guess. Well, maybe not the dark side of the moon, but certainly the beach in Tel Aviv. You know, you're never going to know, but I guarantee you this psyop will continue to proliferate, and they'll add more, like Jenga, you know, take more blocks and stack them on top, and it'll just get bigger and bigger, and it'll keep going, and they'll tie more people, and more people will Liz Crocken it and say the Clintons are operating child pedo rings, and you know, and this and that, and they're murdering people. It's a Clinton body count, and it just keeps going. So, you know, ask yourself this too: why is Twitter having this Clinton body count? Why are they promoting this Clinton body count, right? Aren't they supposed to be cracking down on people putting out fantastical sort of conspiracy theories? Why are they promoting Clinton body count? Because it's part of your programming. That's what it is. It's part of your programming. All the pedogate shills are going to go all over this. It's just going to go everywhere. All your media is controlled. It's all fake. It's all bullshit. And this is just an example how this all functions and how they are taking you for a ride and sucking your energy and using you to achieve their means. I mean, as long as you are proliferating in these psyops, as long as you are partaking in their rituals and proliferating their rituals, then you're helping the New World Order, essentially, because you're legitimizing the psyop. And this is the case with Epstein. Instead of people just saying, don't pay attention to Epstein, pay attention, look, watch the other hand. This is the sleight of hand of the New World Order. The sleight of hand. It never fails. It happens all the time. It's a sleight of, here's the card that we want you to talk about. And while you're all looking there, our other hand is doing something else. And this is the game that they play. So we're going to have people react every day to the stories they put out and put their sort of spin on it. And want to slap these people and say, you know, you're just being played from day one. The fact of the matter that you take these stories and you give them any sort of credibility shows that you are not capable of critical thought, that you don't understand how controlled all your media is. So you actually help. You're enabling the corporate media, you're enabling our controllers to further cement their control over humanity, because you're taking your audience down bullshit alley. And I don't want to call out anybody in particular, but I think you know what I'm saying. When these YouTubers that are supposedly here to try to expose the New World Order are playing the games of the New World Order, whether it's just through ignorance or it's, this will get me more views, or whatever, you're playing their game. You are enabling their control because you're letting people buy in. You're giving legitimacy to the stories. Now, the only people with the Epstein story that would have a point of view that I would say that's a smart point of view are the people that would say the beach in Tel Aviv type of thing. Don't pay attention to this story. This story is a distraction. All those people, everyone, and if anybody that I showed before was putting that out, then you deserve some credit because you are at least seeing through the layers of the deception. But everyone else that's going to spin this one way or another way, right, is just contributing to their control system. And as I said before, the Epstein thing will just keep feeding, because what they'll keep doing is they'll keep uncovering more connections to Epstein and Epstein Island, Lolita Express, and the whole thing, and then, this person, that person, and then they can trickle it out. So the corporate media can, and the fake alternative media can just trickle these stories out, 1 or 2 a week sort of thing to keep the thing feeding the thing. All of a sudden now, Epstein's death is being linked to the dangers of conspiracy theories and how the conspiracy theorists are relentless. And it's used to divide and conquer, and it will be used for years, if not decades to come. They'll keep regurgitating, mark my words. There's this guy named Isaac Cappy. Do you know about this guy named Isaac Cappy? I mean, I never heard of him from Moses. He had the smallest role in the shittiest movie. It was called Thor. Did you watch it? It was a horrible fucking movie. And he had a role that was like 5 seconds long where he played a pet store clerk. I would say I'm infinitely more famous than that fucking turd. But somehow, he commits suicide. And now there's still people on a daily basis putting up videos saying, Isaac Cappy was murdered. Isaac Cappy was a sack of poo. That's what he was. And I showed this. Before Mr. Cat Tower and their operation promoted this turd, nobody on the planet knew who he was. Nobody. I showed years worth of tweets that he put out going back to 2015 where he couldn't even get a heart on a single tweet if his life depended on him. And this guy was some big-time A-list actor exposing, Pizzagate and the pedo rings and Spielberg and Tom Hanks and all that. No, he was a bullshit artist. But because he had that connection, however minor it was, to Hollywood, people played it to the nth degree. But they create a psyop around this guy, and they use their agents to push it. And then other people can jump on it and get it for views and put out umpteen different videos, and it just feeds into the whole thing. It just keeps going, and then this comes out of it, and Isaac Cappy was a hero, and Isaac Cappy was a fraud, and Isaac Cappy was this, and Isaac Cappy was that. Isaac Cappy and the key things, he exposed nothing. Zilch. What, you think saying pedo about a bunch of frickin' Hollywood A-listers that he probably never even became remotely close to is exposing shit? Look at all the effort and diversion that has happened with this fucking total inconsequential character, this shit stain, right? This Isaac Cappy, who was a narcissist and a sociopath and a fucking rotten human being, in his own words. Now, whether he's dead or on a beach in Tel Aviv or on the dark side of the moon, You should give 0 fucks. You should waste not 1 second of your life even thinking about that turd or the people that cover that turd. But this is how they do it. And they can endlessly bring in these characters, these actors to play these roles, and then they can have the people that expose them, because they often do that. They'll control the shills, and then they'll control the shills who expose the shills, and then they play off against each other. It's an endless sort of thing. You have that choice, and that should be your thing, and that's why I have the choice, and I come and I say this, because I want to say to all the good people that listen to me, that with my experience, my many years now, 7.5 years of experience doing this, you're being played. 100%. You're being played. And yeah, they're normalizing the pedophilia at the same time as making pedo stories in the news every day. And yeah, they're doing all this shit to the kids. It's awful. But yes, we should be directly concerned with our own kids. Right? And we should be directly concerned with how these psyops are going to be used in order to infringe upon our own rights.
What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea, a new world order, where diverse nations are drawn together in common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind.
Create a new world order, because the global order is changing again. And the institutions and rules that worked so well in the post-World War II era for decades, they need to be strengthened, and some have to be changed.
You see, my dear girl, I joined the Freemasons before it was trendy. That's my eyeball on the dollar bill. That's also my pyramid.
Oh, I'd love to see New York. We could all go with the bus company's special Super Sitter fare. $9? This one's on me.
Because these guys own our government. They print our money, and they own not only the government, but they own you. You are their property. So, in other words, these guys print the money, they run the country, and they own you, and they own everything around it. And so they make the laws, and that's why they can decide who can kill who, and who can get away with who, and who can get away with whatever, because they make the laws and they decide.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
No, Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Joan Rivers, one of the giants of American comedy, has died in New York. She'd been on life support since late last week when she reportedly stopped breathing while undergoing a procedure on her throat at a clinic here in Manhattan.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
What does that mean for America? The conspiracy theorists are going to go on.
I'm sure they are. I don't know. I haven't seen the red.
Number 322?
First of all, he's not the nominee. And, look, I look forward.
Are you prepared to lose?
No, I'm not going to lose.
You both were members of Skull and Bones, a secret society at Yale. What does that tell us? Not much, because it's a secret. Is there a secret handshake? Is there a secret code? I wish there were something secret I could manifest. 322, a secret number? There are all kinds of secrets.
They're faced with a very real prospect of Donald Trump becoming the leader of the party, and it absolutely drives them crazy. They just cannot imagine sharing. Well, because he's an outsider. He's not them. He's not part of the club. He's uncontrollable. He hasn't been through the initiation rites. He didn't belong to the secret society.
But this is the universal sign right here. And every time a Mason shakes a hand, he will go in that way, no matter who, because he wants to know who's a brother and who isn't. Again, it's innocuous enough to say, what are you doing? But still, immediately when I was in, I understood immediately. In fact, I was doing business in another state, and I thanked my cab driver with that handshake, and he lit up, and he said, hey, brother, the lodge is down the street, whatever you need, we have a meeting next week, you're more than welcome. Just with the handshake.
Politique reste ton droit, parce que si jamais un monsieur ne va pas gagner, il y a quand même les Rockefeller, les gens comme les Rothschild, les grosses familles qui dominent quand même les continents. Donc c'est même pas la France, on parle des continents. C'est des familles qui ont grandi en 1827 avec des familles à 5 garçons où ils s'expandent.
Vous parlez des
C'est au-dessus de tout ce qu'on parle.
Oui.
Ok. Donc comme il dit, il y a les lobbyistes, il y a les gens qui se présentent aux élections.
Oui.
Il y a des gars comme Donald Trump qui ont quoi, 10 millions d'euros.
C'est pas lui qui dépense le plus, hein?
Il doit déclarer en Amérique, il faut qu'il montre les papiers.
En tout cas, il dépense son propre argent.
Il a peut-être plus. Mais enfin, un garçon comme ça, si moi j'ai des biens et j'ai travaillé toute ma vie pour ma famille, pour mes amis, pour un pays où je paie mes taxes, tout ce qu'il veut, je crois d'abord, c'est protéger ses intérêts. Donc, quelqu'un qui travaille gratuit, c'est quelqu'un de dangereux. Ça veut dire qu'il protège les intérêts de son pays. Bon, c'est vrai qu'on a des problèmes avec le Middle East, mais ce qui dit dans un sens, se retirer du Middle East, c'est, attendez, c'est leur foutre la paix.
Bien sûr.
Chacun a une philosophie. Attendez, parce que
non, bien sûr,
Monsieur Vodam, vous connaissez la politique.
Bien sûr.
So I'm aware about that.
Merci Jean-Claude. Mais ce que j'aimerais...
1997 yılı Türkiye Masonları açısından çok önemli bir yıl olmuştur. İlk defa Mason mabetlerinde gizli çekimler gerçekleştirilmiş ve bu görüntüler Kanal 7 televizyonunda günlerce yayınlanmıştır. İki ayrı locada çekilmiş olan gizli kamera görüntüleri hem Türk halkını hem de yüksek derecelere ulaşmamış Masonları şoke etti. 1738 yılında İstanbul'da kurulan ilk locadan bu yana gizliliğini koruyarak gelen Masonların görüntülerinin deşifre edilmesi ve Masonluğun gerçek yüzünün gözler önüne serilmesi günlerce konuşuldu. Adayları tanıdınız. Serdar Büyüküstün, mesleği elektrik mühendisi. Aykut Erensoy, mesleği elektrik mühendisi. Kenan Ali Akman, mesleği serbest ticaret. Adayların kimlikleri anlaşıldı. Onları içeri aldınız. Sayın baylar, her şeyden önce bize söz vermenizi istiyoruz. Aramıza alınmanız kabul edilse de edilmese de bizim düşünce odası dediğimiz o karanlık bölgeye girdiğiniz andan başlayarak şu ana kadar görüp işittiklerinizi ve bundan böyle burada işiteceklerinizi, gözleriniz açıldıktan sonra da göreceklerinizi hiç kimseye söylemeyeceğinize namusunuz ve onurunuz üzerine söz verir misiniz? Sayın Aykut Erensoy, evet söz veririm. Sayın Serdar Büyüküstün, söz veririm. Sayın Kenan Ali Akman, evet söz veririm. Soruşturucu kardeşim, adayları oturdunuz. Sayın Serdar Büyüküstün, göğsünüze dayanan ve bir elinizle size yoklatılan şeyin ne olduğunu söyler misiniz? Metal bir parça, kılıç. Sayın Aykut Erensoy, göğsünüze dayanan ve bir elinizle size yoklatılan şeyin ne olduğunu söyler misiniz? Kılıca benziyor. Kılıcın göğüslerinize dayandırılması, verdiğiniz sözde durmazsanız yaşamınız boyunca pişmanlık duyacağınızı ve acı çekeceğinizi bildirir. Herhangi bir yanlış anlamaya yer kalmaması için şunu da öğrenmek isteriz. Aramıza girmek isteyen kişi gerçekten siz misiniz? Sayın Aykut Erensoy, Mason olabilmek için size verilen başvuru formunu hiçbir etki, baskı altında olmaksızın salt kendi istem ve buyrultunuzla siz mi doldurup imzaladınız? Evet. Adayların birinci yolculuğu yapmalarını sağlayınız. Gerçek İlk görüntülerin hemen ardından yayınlanan diğer çekimlerde ise Türkiye Masonluğu tamamen deşifre oldu. Bu görüntülerde yalnızca 33. dereceden Masonların katılabildiği şeytana tapma ayini icra edilmekteydi. Ayini yöneten büyük üstad, locanın ortasında kesilen bir keçinin kanını içiyor ve İbranice bazı dualar okuyarak şeytana tapma ayinini sonuçlandırıyor.
That was University of Wisconsin professor Kevin Barrett, who has recently drawn criticism for plans to teach an Islamic studies course next fall that will incorporate conspiracy theories that the U.S. government was involved in the events of September 11th. Professor Barrett joins us now. Professor, can you give us the context within which you teach this?
Okay, what you've just seen here is he used a nonverbal gesture with his hands and an outward motion to kind of scatter his thinking, and then swayed both of his hands over to his left shoulder, which would give the subconscious impression of being far to the left, and also kind of distracts his thinking a little bit. So that's what he's doing. That's why his hands are all over the place, and then they swing over to his left shoulder to send the subconscious message that he is an extremist, a left-winger. Okay?
Can you give us the context within which you teach this?
Well, yeah, sure. I'm teaching an introductory course on Islam, and I think it's really important to cover these contemporary political issues, and one of them is, of course, the so-called war on terror. Now, the fact is that the great majority of the world's Muslims believe that 9/11 was an inside job.
Okay, that's your opinion, right?
Again, manipulation is all about timing and redirecting and trying to take control of somebody when they're speaking. Here, you see a great example of that by saying that's your opinion, even though he just stated there's a vast number of people that are waking up, even though he specifies the Muslim community. That's not true. It's all over the world. So the journalist's responsibility to misdirect his thinking and to mislead you is to follow up and say, but that's your opinion, even though he stated that it wasn't just his opinion. But it doesn't matter, because people believe what they hear from newscasters. They take in the barrage of words, and the newscaster here understands that. So if he says that, he plants that seed.
Now, the fact is that the great majority of the world's Muslims believe that 9/11 was an inside job.
Okay, and that's your opinion, right? That's your opinion that there was an inside job.
Well, after studying the evidence pretty intensively for 2.5 years, I am convinced that 9/11 was, in fact, an inside job.
And are students required to regurgitate that in some way in order to do well in your class?
Again, more manipulation. I'm sure you caught that. Even though this very system of the world creates people to regurgitate, they will often accuse people of doing the things that they do. It's just part of it, okay? So by saying our students required to regurgitate that gives the subconscious impression that he is controlling their minds and not teaching them to think, when in actuality, to be able to see through the media, to be able to see what is going on, is not regurgitation. Any person that does regurgitate and only memorize and not think would not be able to see through it anyway. It doesn't matter. This is reverse psychology. This is just not even that. It's just manipulation. It's just name calling. It's I'm rubber, you're glue. Again, this is a way that he disrupts the guy's thinking with petty comments like that. He knows that this type of person would never want anybody to regurgitate anything, because that doesn't allow them to learn to think. Doesn't matter. If there's an audience to this, he plants that seed again.
Well, after studying the evidence pretty intensively for 2.5 years, I am convinced that 9/11 was, in fact, an inside
And are
job.
students required to regurgitate that in some way in order to do well in your
class?
class?
That's ridiculous. No, I'm not interested in making students regurgitate anything.
All right, Mr. Barrett, Sean Hannity here. Do you really believe that 9/11 was an inside job?
Okay, Sean Hannity. I never watched Fox News before, but within seconds of seeing this guy, you can just see that he is a snake. At least he is currently conducting himself as such. Now, this is pretty basic what he's doing. He's not giving eye contact. He's pretending to be bored with the guy's very presence. And this is a way to discredit him that way, as if he's just some sort of gnat and not even worth considering, and that's why he's purposely looking down and acting bored when he talks to him. Secondly, he uses the word believe. Do you really believe? To believe is not to know, and that's why he's stressing that. And again, you're going to start to see extreme manipulation from this Mr. Hannity.
All right, Mr. Barrett, Sean Hannity here. Do you really believe that 9/11 was an inside job, not just 9/11, but Madrid and Bali and the Zakawi operation?
Well, you know, actually,
catch what he was saying, and then but for now, just understand the professor looked nuts. You know what I mean? Catch it, then he can do that. He can take those cheap shots, and when the professor tries to correct those, then he interrupts him, says, hey, hold on, you know, and then tries to make him look rude for interrupting and take control over him and disrupt his thinking at the same time.
Well, you know, actually, hang on a second.
Yeah,
Do you believe personally that these are inside jobs, yes or no?
It's not quite that simple.
Okay, believe personally, that's another way to plant that into your psyche, that it is just he that believes this, and then he uses the yes or no trap, because that is, again, misleading if you can't see that. The way he twisted around that question would not allow the professor to be able to give a yes or no answer, because he injected manipulation into the question itself. So when the professor tries to say that, of course, then it puts him under pressure. The professor is smart enough to catch that, and it isn't that simple, and he understands. The professor knew, of course, what I'm telling you right now. However, time is ticking. He only has so much time on the air, and their job is to disrupt his thinking as much as possible and make as many hidden accusations as they can and as many subconscious embeds into how to perceive the professor as they can in the short amount of time that he's on the air. And that's their only job, is to discredit and disrupt. Okay? But he did catch it. Now he has to respond to that rather than being able to say anything that matters. And that's what they do. Another good person at this is Stephen Colbert. If you watch Stephen Colbert with any of his interviews, his whole job is to discredit and disrupt. That's what he does, and you keep it moving. It's very, very petty, but these are the people that you allow to run you, okay? So know that, and that's what's going on right here.
Yes or no?
It's not quite that simple. I know that 9/11 was an inside job. Professor Stephen Jones has found residue of thermate on the steel samples from the World Trade Center. We now know that it was taken down in a controlled demolition.
All right, so you believe that the buildings came down in a controlled demolition?
Okay, so the professor did a really good job of identifying his manipulation by saying, I don't believe, I know. And because he was starting to get through that, Hannity interrupts him and says, I don't have a lot of time. Well, wait a minute, you just asked him a question, and now he's able to break through your manipulation, and suddenly you don't have a lot of time for the very answer to the question that you just asked. The next thing you see, he asks him, what evidence does he have? And he interrupted him giving the evidence to ask him what evidence he has. Why? Of course, he's not interested in hearing the evidence or anybody else hearing it. He's interested in interrupting him and planting another embed into the psyche that what he happens to be saying right now is somehow not evidence. It's all misdirection of focus, redirection of focus, disrupting, interrupting, gaining control. And, you know, it's this very petty, they rely on these petty techniques. Now, at the end of this, he does something that a lot of you probably aren't aware of. He does a hand gesture. He takes both of his hands, and he puts them up in front of his head, and then pulls them down. And he pretends he's talking about the buildings falling down. What that is I don't know what they would term it. I'm just intuitive. I'm perceptive. I can see what they're doing. That's sorcery. Sorcery is just anything that is used to circumvent the conscious mind, to control the mind. That gesture is designed to take away his zest, his focus, his power. By bringing his hands down like that, he's trying to subconsciously take away the focus of the professor, take away his power. And that's exactly what he's doing, and that's what you're seeing, and I'll play that again for you.
Inside job. Professor Stephen Jones has found residue of thermate on the steel samples from the World Trade Center. We now know that it was taken down in a controlled demolition. Job. Professor Stephen Jones has found residue of thermate on the steel samples from the World Trade Center. We now know that it was taken down.
Residue of what? I think everybody.
I'll play that again for you.
Inside job. Professor Stephen Jones has found residue of thermate on the steel samples from the World Trade Center. We now know that it was taken down in a controlled demolition.
So you believe that the buildings came down in a controlled demolition, right?
Well, I don't believe it. I've looked at the evidence,
You're right,
the evidence is overwhelming.
All right, the evidence is overwhelming to you because you're a conspiracy nut, but
no, actually, all of you, I ask your viewers to take...
Okay. Now, in this one, I'm sure you caught the obvious part, but you probably did not catch the neuro-linguistic programming. What exactly is neuro-linguistic programming? Simply put, it's dual meaning that is speaking to the subconscious. Now, of course, he's shaping public opinion by saying, it's obvious to you because you are a conspiracy nut. Well, remember now, people are very phobic of being called anything that goes against the norm. So if you agree with him, oh, then you're a nut. And people, they can't escape their own ego. So that's used to shape him. What you probably didn't catch is him saying, but, putting that all aside, this is neuro-linguistic programming. Now, pay attention here. You're a conspiracy nut, but putting that all aside, what that is doing is he's directing your subconscious mind and your conscious mind to store that label, that impression of him. Put it aside. Keep that. It's called anchoring. In neuro-linguistic programming, because I've watched a little bit of it, I didn't need to watch it to pick up on how they do this, but it allows you to get some of their terminology down. They call this anchoring. Anchoring a thought, anchoring a concept, anchoring a feeling. Putting all of that aside means put that aside in your mind. He's a conspiracy nut. Do you see how they manipulate you? That's a very good lesson right there in neuro-linguistic programming.
All right, the evidence is overwhelming to you because you're a conspiracy nut, but
no, actually, all of you, I ask your viewers to take a look at this evidence for themselves. They can go to st911.org. That's Scholars for 9/11 Truth. Take a look. Take a look at the demolitions.
I know you think
Morgan Reynolds, the former Bush administration official.
Okay, that's pretty obvious. You see how he's treating him. Very nonchalant, irritated, bored. And I know you think you're the smartest guy in the world. This is, the typical you're a know-it-all type of comment. If you watch that David Icke video where he goes back on Wogan, he draws attention to the same thing where he said, whoa, that's a cheap shot when he said, you know it all. And the response was accurate. I'm not saying I know it all. But people are trained to hate people who, quote, know it all. Why? Because they want you to be dumb. That's why in society you have catchphrases that go around that people use like, you think too much, you're too deep, you know it all. These have all become derogatory terms in this new Orwellian society. Haven't you noticed that? His response is petty and childish, but he means to be this way. It does nothing, it addresses nothing. He can't think of anything to say in response to the professor, so he has to take a cheap shot like this. I know you think you're the smartest guy in the world. That should be obvious to you, that is just overdoing it, creating, manifesting an insult, just again for one reason and one reason only, to disrupt his thinking and to program your mind on how to view him.
Take a look at
the
demolitions.
I know you
Morgan
think
Reynolds, a former Bush administration official, says that the Bush administration blew the World Trade Center to kingdom come. That's a direct quote from a member of the Bush administration itself.
I know.
They blew
And there
the
were
World
people
Trade
that
Center
said
to
that the
kingdom
Jews
come.
were told to leave. We've heard a lot of these sick, bizarre theories.
Okay, so suddenly he's an anti-Semite? When did that come about? I didn't hear him say anything about the Jews. What he's doing here is he's trying to link him to anti-Semitism. That's what they want to do. Now, anybody that's really trying to speak the truth in this world has no interest in focusing on a group or even an individual. What they try to focus on is the problem in general, outside of any group or individual that may be manifesting the symptoms of the problem. But again, what he's trying to do here is, in your mind, link the professor to being part of a hate group, someone that's going to target a group or an individual and make you link the terms sick and bizarre to the professor. He didn't say anything about the Jewish community. Nothing. So catch that. See how he's trying to link the professor to it.
The World Trade Center to kingdom come. That's a direct quote from a member of the Bush administration itself.
I know.
They blew
And there
the
were
World
people
Trade
that
Center
said that
to
the
kingdom
Jews
come.
were told to leave. We've heard a lot of these sick, bizarre theories. I don't believe any of them. But you're allowed to believe what you want, but that's not what's at hand here.
Okay, now another thing, just to make you aware, again, of just how much they're programming your mind. To you, it looks like a man that said that's not the issue at hand here. You need to start learning their language. Their language is dual meaning, which goes hand in hand with neuro-linguistic programming. The issue at hand here, what he's doing is directing the professor to look at his hand. Now, why would he have the professor look at his hand? Well, if you look at his hand right now, you see it as what you've been told is the OK sign, right? Well, let's show you what it really means. The OK symbol, as you see right here, means 666. For some reason, 666 has some sort of control over the mind. Now, it could have something to do with the beast computers many of you have read about. It's sorcery. It is putting a hex on somebody. It is subconscious symbolism that somehow affects some people. It doesn't affect everybody. But he's using that, and he was directing the professor to look at his hand to use sorcery on him. It's not that one thing will work if they try to use as many combinations of things as they can, but that is a symbol, and it means 666, and that is why he told him to look at his hand, or the issue at hand here told his mind subconsciously to look at his hand. Do you see? And that is what just occurred there. That's not what's at hand here, meaning you are not allowed to believe what you want. And that also tells the population looking at him, because remember, he is also talking to people that are watching television. And so they are also instructed to look at his hand subconsciously or take notice of it subconsciously. And when he says you're allowed to believe what you want, but that's not what's at hand here, he's saying with the 666 rule over your mind, you are not allowed to believe what you want. And that speaks to your subconscious mind and programs people to not think. And that's what it means all around and all together. That's what just happened.
But you're allowed to believe what you want, but that's not what's at hand here. The issue is whether or not you, with your bizarre theories, are the best.
I think you have the
most
bizarre theory. You
confident.
think it was 19
Hang on a
bucks?
second.
Okay, again saying his issues, his views are bizarre, right? But the reason he puts up his pinky there is because that is the weakest finger, that it would imply a small penis, not a potent man, using that in reference to him, saying that he is impotent, that he is bizarre, that he is weak, and that he is of the pinky. And that's why he chooses, of all fingers and all gestures, to speak about his theories, he puts his pinky up. And these are all subconscious sorcery methods. Again, sorcery is not some guy wearing a magician's hat. Part of sorcery is speaking to and manipulating the conscious mind from the subconscious.
is whether or not you, with your bizarre theories, are the best.
I think you have the
most
bizarre theory. You
competent.
think it was 19
Hang on a second.
guys with box cutters led by a guy on dialysis in a cave in Afghanistan? That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the craziest conspiracy theory of all of them.
Okay. I wish I had the Twilight Zone music. Now, here's my next...
See, all he can say is something to discredit him. I wish I had the Twilight Zone music. And then the people watching the televisions that say, yes, that must be weird. Twilight Zone music is weird. And the honest and credible news reporter is saying that about him. Okay? Now you see that all the neuro-linguistic programming is starting to get to the professor. He's starting to screw up his words. He's starting to screw up his concentration. He's mispronouncing. That's because there's a lot of negative energy being focused on him, interrupting his thought process. So you can see how he's starting to screw up his words, but he's still holding, with all of that working against him and being unaware of those techniques, he still holds his own, but you start to see it get to him a little bit.
I mean, that's the craziest conspiracy theory of all of them.
Okay. I wish I had the Twilight Zone music. Now, here's my next question. The issue that is at hand here, you're entitled to have your opinion. I don't really care what you believe. But if we're talking about a captive group of students in a class...
Again, making a bored face as if he's nothing. He's the pinky. He's lower than low. I really don't care what you believe. But if we're talking about a captive group of students... Okay, first he said that they implied that he wants his students to regurgitate. Now he's holding them captive, which goes hand in hand with what? Terrorism, hostages. He's subconsciously painting this professor to be what? A terrorist. So not only have they discredited him, but people are already getting in their minds that with this neuro-linguistic programming, now you understand what neuro-linguistic programming is. Neural, brain, linguistic, speech, programming the brain with speech via the subconscious. Dual meaning.
I don't really care what you believe. But if we're talking about a captive group of students in a classroom, the question we've got to ask... Hang on a second. Well, they're sitting in your classroom, and you have a position of authority. I'm wondering, the question is whether or not you're the most competent to teach them. And most people think you're a nut.
Now, this one should be obvious. Isn't he a person that's in a position of authority? And isn't he about as incompetent as you can get as far as love and honesty and caring about other life forms? Yet he turns it around because people believe what they hear and what they read. So if he says it first, and that's a big part of this, is trying to say things first before somebody else can say something, then it seems like they will always be on the defensive. And that's the whole point, is to keep the professor on the defensive. All right? And saying that he's detrimental to his students, when the truth is Fox News is incredibly detrimental to you, just in this short clip I'm showing you here, and people are watching this all day long.
And most people think you're a nut. Most people think you're using that and worth listening to.
We just had a poll here in Madison, and we found that 90% of the respondents of Channel 3000 poll said that I should be allowed to teach. Only 10% said I should.
That's the question.
And 60%,
I don't think what your views are.
agreed with me about the questions I'm raising about 9/11. 60% of the respondents.
I think
you're in the minority.
Right to speak. I don't think this is the proper forum, though, for people that hold extremist views like yourself.
Okay, first of all, when he says no like that, what he's doing is he's programming the television viewers' collective consciousness to disregard the results of that poll. He says no, and then your mind says no to the information he just gave. These are just little tricks he slips in there.
That's why I hate when motherfuckers do that to me. When I'm talking, they got down hollering about no and want to start what the fuck they talking about. And Lamia, you do that shit to me. No, they don't fucking know. Yes, Mia, just go on to the fuck you gotta say. Don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Shit, I be kissing all this shit, man. Motherfuckers gonna be on crazy shit. No me. Yeah, we having a conversation. How you gonna get down start your goddamn conversation with no on what the fuck I just said? Fuck out of here.
And most people think he's a nut? What? But see, people watch that, of course, and they store that in their mind as fact. Of course, most people do not think he is a nut. But if he says that, he programs anybody watching this television program, hint, hint, that everybody thinks he's a nut. So I will too, to fit in. Where did he get that number? How does he know most people think that he's a nut? Think about it. They don't. He just says it. And then the professor has to respond to that. He's totally disrupting the whole interview. So it appears to people, because time is moving by, that there's actually an interview going on here. But it's not. It's only about disrupting and discrediting and programming your opinion. Okay, first of all, I used to live in Madison, Wisconsin, and I can tell you that people did not think that he was crazy. It was the television that began to program people to think that he was crazy. Again, now, extremist views like yourself. Now, they already set the stage in your mind or the viewer's mind before he brought that up in the beginning, when that first reporter took his hands and whipped him over to the left side of his shoulder to subconsciously say that he's an extreme leftist. He's on the extreme left. So now they're reinforcing that, telling you to believe that he is extremist, that these are extreme things. Well, Fox is 666. Look, I mean, just look what they're doing, and look what I'm pointing out to you. Once you start to understand the dual meaning of neuro-linguistic programming, things become crystal clear to you.
About the questions I'm raising about 9/11. 60% of the respondents.
I think
you're in the minority.
I don't think this is the proper forum, though, for people that hold extremist views like yourself. Reasonable
you guys are extremists.
Reasonable people. Now notice what he did there. He took his hands and he gestured them towards himself and said reasonable people while pointing to himself. Therefore, your subconscious and your conscious mind is shaped to see Sean Hannity as the reasonable person. They're always using gestures against you in coordination with dual meaning in things they say and direct meaning. So again, reasonable people, all he has to do is point to himself, and that's a subtle, nonverbal gesture to make you associate being reasonable with Sean Hannity's point of view. He's programming your mind. So now after you have associated being reasonable with Sean Hannity, and when he says people think, he points out or opens his hand, so you are to think. See, reasonable people, he points to himself and then opens it up to you, think. You shouldn't be allowed to teach this class. We can do a better job. People will be programmed by that.
Reasonable
you guys are extremists. Fox News is the biggest bunch of extremists on the planet.
But reasonable people see you as an extremist, and I don't think you're the most appropriate guy to teach that class. My guess
I don't think you're the most appropriate guy to be on the airwaves spewing your venom.
And the professor got it right. You can see the look on his face. He says, spewing your venom. That's exactly what he's doing. The problem is that you can't get all of this out in an interview. For example, say I was on an interview like this. They would be doing all the same things to me. All I would be doing is calling attention to everything he's doing, and then he would sit there and argue with me. Nothing would ever get discussed. This is how they take advantage of people. Look how long it's taken me. Do you know this clip is only like 2 minutes long, normally? But just to describe 2 very short minutes of media to you, look how long this is taking. That's the problem. That's why I haven't done it before, because I can sit here and explain it to you, but you need to open up your eyes so you can see it for yourself, because it all happens way too quickly. If you try to explain something that happens in a 3-second period, if you're not educated on that, if you're not aware of it, it will go by way too fast before you can bring somebody up to speed to understand what's going on. This is why I had to break it down for you, but I still can't do this with everything I see, because this is everywhere. This is common. This is always going on. And it just, you need to educate yourself, but you need to become aware. Again, dual meaning, neuro-linguistic programming, gesturing, association of concepts and beliefs to link them, anchor them in your mind, to misdirect your perception, your beliefs, and your ability to perceive reality in general.
Class, my guess
I don't think you're the most appropriate guy to be on the airwaves spewing your venom throughout this country. I think you guys should be taken off the airwaves because you want to silence
the conservative.
We don't want to silence anybody. You teach, we'll do anything in Combs. Thank you, Professor. Coming up, we'll have a...
We don't want to silence anybody. That's exactly what they have just done. Though you heard a lot of speaking going on, nothing was able to get out into the open. They completely took control of this poor man. And he's brave, okay, to get out there, lose his job, and to speak the truth. And they hound him like bees. They're using techniques that are hidden, that are sorcery. They're of sorcery in their nature. They're hypnotic. They're using negative energy, manipulative techniques, childish argument techniques. And so you've seen a lot of talking, but nothing got out into the open. And you see how nervous they made him. Why? Because he had to keep dealing with their techniques, and he couldn't express the truth. And this is how anybody who tries to get on the media to speak the truth is manipulated, and that's why most don't even bother. They don't bother because they would just get into an argument. I mean, what's the point? The expert that I've seen at this is Stephen Colbert. He was one of the biggest disinformation agents out there. He'll get somebody in for an interview and just completely distract, disrupt, discredit, and there is no interview. That's what I call Stephen Colbert's interviews. They're not interviews. They're Stephen Colbert using techniques to distract and discombobulate, basically. So this is why you don't get the truth in the media. Even if people do get a chance at airtime, they will be interrupted, misdirected, hypnotic suggestions to the audience that are watching it. You just can't, people that know the truth won't even try. They won't even try to go on the mainstream media, and people that do, it ends up like this. So until that is addressed, then nothing will ever be told on mainstream media. But what you can learn from this, don't watch TV, okay?
Times. I had to give it back to keep the game going.
This Clinton body count, why are they promoting this? This Clinton body count, right? Aren't they supposed to be cracking down on people putting out fantastical sort of conspiracy theories? Why are they promoting Clinton body count? Because it's part of your programming. That's what it is. It's part of your programming. All the Pedogate shills are going to go all over this. It's just going to go everywhere. All your media is controlled. It's all fake. It's all bullshit. And this is just an example how this all functions and how they are taking you for a ride and sucking your energy and using you to achieve their means. I mean, as long as you are proliferating in these psyops, as long as you are partaking in their rituals and
Au-dessus de tout ce qu'on parle.
Oui.
OK? Donc, comme il dit, il y a les lobbyistes, il y a les gens qui se présentent aux élections.
Oui.
Il y a des gars comme Donald Trump qui ont, quoi, 10 billions d'euros.
C'est pas lui qui dépense le prix,
ça. Il doit déclarer en Amérique, il faut qu'il montre les papiers.
En tout cas, il dépense son...
The U.S. government was involved in the events of September 11th. Professor Barrett joins us now. Professor, can you give us the context within which you teach this?
Okay.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders. And among those maimed and murdered, innocent children.
Disgraced millionaire Jeffrey Epstein has committed
suicide in his jail cell. 3 officials familiar with the matter say accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein killed himself at Manhattan's Metropolitan Correctional Center. The sources say they found him at 7:30 this morning inside his cell. They say he hanged himself. He had been arrested earlier in July for those sex trafficking charges of several minor girls. We will continue to stay on top of this story. This news just breaking minutes ago. Committed suicide in his jail cell. Committed suicide in his jail cell.
But the law says if you made a mistake, you were sentenced.
Whose law said that? The law of the United States?
Yeah.
Or who controls the law of the United States?
Legislatures.
Yeah, legislatures that have their whole own agenda. Laws mean nothing. You give me the currency of a country and you can make all the rules in the world. And that's all that matters. Who's in control?
1-800-CALL-FBI. We built software to fight human trafficking and the sexual exploitation of children.
I was sexually assaulted by a successful Hollywood agent.
And this child was so conditioned by her environment that she thought she was engaging in play.
Dat was het breekpunt.
That was the breaking point.
Kinderen.
Children.
This nation, this idea called America, was and always will be a new world. Our new world.
I've had all the money in the world 3 times. I had to give it back to keep the game going.
What game?
The game. It's a game. Money is a game. It's only real to the people who work for it. The people that don't need to work for money, it's an monopoly game. It's a game of paper.
Democratic system of ours, a system second to none, and make it better. A better America, where there's a job for every...
companies and through the tax loopholes and the people.
Comes through his representatives to the Hollywood Reporter, and nothing more was said other than he denies the allegations. It's in response to a National Enquirer report claiming Sheen raped Haim while they were working together on the set of
sexually assaulting a teenager in Massachusetts. A district attorney made the announcement today.
So Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about trouble and irresponsible one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news
has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets
without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is
obtained the arresting deputy's notes, which say the handcuffed actor also began a barrage of anti-Semitic remarks.
Shia, can you tell us what happened? Any comment?
And Lars goes, all right, well, send him the letter. And the letter was...
No way.
No way.
No way.
No, you're talking about some very serious stuff.
Yeah.
It's Ursula and the two little things, man.
Yeah.
I just learned, because I do research about people that I'm going to talk to later in the day, that you've had quite an interesting life in the last year or so. And I didn't know that, because I really don't pay attention to this stuff. But what happened?
Man, I went through like an existential crisis.
And then, to apologize, then you did a performance piece, which that sort of was, but you did a performance art piece where people could come and see you and sit and do and say whatever they wanted to you.
Yeah, and we had like a table with all these implements. You know, there was like Indiana Jones whip and some pliers and...
What?
Yeah, it was sort of no rules. And there was a lot of like negativity on... forever. I think 24 hours, 25 hours.
Wow, well, that's long enough to know you don't want to be in jail.
Yeah, it was no good.
Yeah. Was that your first time?
Was to create some emotional content, not to upset anybody.
Johnny, do you ever look back at some of the things and be like, is there anything that you look back and like, damn, I was wilding right there? Or do you feel... Really?
Yeah, and they shape you, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Like you learn tuition into the School of Experience?
Exactly.
Are you a happy guy, Shia?
Yeah, lately.
Really though?
Yeah.
So when you say lately, that means at one point.
I was running. Yeah, I was running away. Both in my acting and both in, you know, my living. Yeah.
How do you shut that down to where you get on a different path where you can say,
I'm happy or I'm happier now?
Well, I mean, sober helps. Getting sober helps. I wasn't going to stop doing what I was doing until that happened to me. Some people are just really stubborn. I'm one of those.
Would you let, if you have kids, would you ever let your kids
get into this business?
Man, no telling. I know that it's been the most consistent relationship I've had with anything in my whole life. It's been nothing but blessings for me. You hear these horror stories of people in Hollywood. It's never been that way for me. Hollywood's always saved me from the other stuff.
That's the way.
Yeah. I never had none of the weird, tricky.
Right. How do you not go underwater with Hollywood?
Because I'm not really in Hollywood. I sort of navigate around it. I since Transformers, I've been finding interesting ways to sort of...
It's about those reptilian shapeshifters that David Icke talks about. He's kind of got the story wrong. They're not dimensional at all. They're this dimension. And, they're not spiritual, mystical, or anything. It's pretty sick. But I'll tell you about that in a second. First, I wanted to tell you about the cloning stuff, okay? Now, human cloning, I have to tell you, it's been done since at the end of World War II, okay? I'll tell you how they got it, and the whole shebang, like 33rd degree Freemason knowledge. I'm probably going to die for this somewhere along the lines. It's not good. Okay. Picture this. I'm memory repressed about everything. Couldn't remember anything. I'm still getting side effects from this. I was memory repressed about the cloning stuff until I was 30 years old. They call it the awakening when they give you back the memories. Turns out they had me there since I was 5 years old, okay? And my family is there, my family members and everything. And they said they're not going to lie on a lie detector test about it. It's pretty big. Like, they were going to kill me, they said. Thing is, the way that this cloning works, okay, there's two different kinds of cloning, and it confuses people. Now, there's replication cloning, where it comes up as a baby, right? Put the cells in and make the same person as a baby. Well, there's duplication cloning as well, where they grow you in a big, thick tank full of water. And, well, there's a few different grades of cloning. There's Mark 1 to 4 that I know of. And the problem I'm having is with the Mark 2. The thing is, Mark 1 was around at the end of the World War II, but it was a primitive clone, lots of side effects. Anyway, this is even on the net. Before I started blasting on the net about this, somebody said something about the Mark 1 to 4 clones, and the first one being called an organic robotoid. And that's what it was called, even though there's no robotic parts in it at all. Anyway, Mark 2 is an REM-driven clone. Okay, now what that means is when you go to sleep, the Illuminati, this is their main form of communication too. They don't call people on the phone. They don't meet at the Bohemian Grove anymore. Since they got cloning, they meet at the cloning station when they go to sleep. Each of them, I don't know how they do it exactly, okay, or else I'd know how to block it. But they can transfer your consciousness into a clone at the cloning station if they have a clone of you. And they used to have to use a tissue sample from you, or I guess they said the cells from a woman's pap smear is like really rich in the cells to make one of these duplicate clones. They used to use kids' foreskins that were discarded at the hospital that got removed. That's what happened to me. But now they said they've upgraded the technology in the last 10 years, so now they only need blood. What they used to do with the tissue, well, they could also, they used to set this little oil drill looking thing over a person's forearm, strap their arm to a chair. And this drill, it had things on it that opened up, right? Now, it would go in, and when it spun, these things would open up. But then when it stopped, the things would close again. Now this is done. It goes in, comes out, in, comes out. And what it was doing, it has to agitate the tissue. They told me when I was a kid, to a certain degree. I guess, like they said, the easiest way to tell a person in layman's terms about it is, you know, when you have a hangnail and you pull it off, and the white stuff that accumulates inside, and eventually it'll form like a scab and new skin, and it'll grow over. Well, to get that white stuff to really work good, they agitate the tissue a certain amount of times. Now they just agitate blood from like a blood cell even. And yeah, cloning is very prevalent. It's like a secret thing among the like elite. They use it for their crazy stuff. You name it, they've done it. Like jump off cliffs, everything. I know all about it. The thing was, when I was memory repressed, I was seeing other people becoming unmemory repressed, and I hated this place and these people. It's a bunch of scumbags doing nasty things to each other, right? Like, there's privileged ones there, and there's underprivileged ones there, and so people are pretty mean on people, and, well, I wanted them to do the awakening on me so I could go to the cops and get the cops on them. Well, the thing is, they are the cops, too. Like, this is the linchpin in how the Illuminati NWO works, because, like, most of the leaders from the G20 countries go there, about 14 of the G20 countries, and then there's leaders from countries that don't even fit in the G20 that go there, too, right? And, cloning, it's really normal. Well, Britney Spears made a video about this place because the thing was, to get advertised and promoted and stuff, she had to basically sell her clone, use of her clone at the cloning center. So the thing was, she signed up right away thinking, yeah, sure, I'll be famous. Well, the thing is, they wanted to use her every night. Old men and stuff. Old men and clones on her, and real people on her clones too. So she doesn't have dreams anymore. Oh, they make songs and stuff about this all the time, about stuck in the dreams, and Freddy, Nightmare on Elm Street is based on this. Avatar is based on this too. They do it all the time, communicate this way, but the thing is, cloning is a flawed technology this way, because your mind isn't the same. You're more, it's kind of like, you know, how, did you ever see Pet Sematary by Stephen King, the movie? Yeah. Where they bury it and they come back whack? Well, they're almost as bad as that. And this is only one aspect of what they do. This is the biggest expose on the Illuminati guys ever, what they do, secret, right? Because the thing being, how I know is because I acted very loyal to them when in my 20s, right? Well, the thing was, if you don't act compliant there, they will beat the hell out of your clone, and it hurts just like real life, right? Like this, and they can turn it up to the pain threshold on a remote control. They have everything down, and people are scared to talk about this because of the lizard aspect and the fact they can just keep cloning you and torturing you and torturing you and torturing you. New body, because they make multiples of people Some people are grown in the tank with deformities, and they just scrap those ones, throw them in the chipper. But the other ones, they keep them for backup bodies until they wear out the first one. Sex-wise, I'm not trying to be vulgar or anything, but they do a lot of vulgar stuff there. They can also, if they apply a constant electronic current to your clone, you will have an aneurysm. If you're younger, it'll take a little bit longer with the electric current, but you will have an aneurysm. And that's what happened to Tila Tequila. She doesn't want to say that, though. The thing is, Tila Tequila was threatened not to talk about it. She was helping me for a minute. Are you familiar with Tila Tequila?
I've had her on the show, and in fact, I was just discussing her this morning with James Wright, who was exposing the Freemasons, and he said that he wanted to meet up with her and compare war stories and stuff like that, so I just introduced them this morning, as it turns out.
Well, Tila has a clone running at the cloning center, and she has to, she pretty much sold it out for her shot at love thing. She doesn't want me to discuss the nefarious deeds that she's done at the cloning station, including to me, and, I'm not really going to, because that's her business and all right, but I might discuss the stuff she did to me at a later date, a different show or something. It doesn't really matter right now. I'm trying to stick to the important stuff. But she's there. She's making like hinty little posts about her she bounces to the fifth dimension. She used to think it was the fifth dimension. Should they tell people this, right? Because you open up your eyes there. You're like, where the hell am I? And you look at your hands, you're like, did you guys kidnap me? That's what most people say. Am I kidnapped or something? How did I get here? Some people are drugged, so they think that it's a dream, or they're in the astral realm. That's what they tell people, right? The spirit realm depends on who you are, where you're from. That's what they tell you, and people just believe it because it's like real, right? Slap them in the face, it hurts, and you don't wake up, so it's not a dream, and man, it's not good. So anyway, I wanted to not attend these clone gatherings, and they were like, we'll bring you here if we want to. I was like, all right, well, I'll tell all on you. And I'm doing it on my Facebook page. I don't have the link up here, but you're on my Facebook page somewhere, I think. So I don't know if you have the link to show people or not, but yeah, I'm telling all about them, what they do there, and there's other stuff. Now, they have these clone parties, okay? And also they get, I'll just tell you flat out, because they showed me, they call it the catalog. They get the school pictures from schools all over North America, and they look at the cutest ones, and they get the medical stuff from them and clone them and use them for sex slaves. Not without the parents' permission, and it doesn't really matter if they had permission or not, right? But this is what they do. I'm just telling you the severity of what they do there, right? Like, trust me, I am not a crackpot. And I don't get anything from this. I'm not writing a book or looking to write a book. I'm looking to crush these people. But the problem is they're the richest and most powerful people in the world, and I'm just one person, right? So
you said that they've got a facility. Do you know where that facility is? Is there an address or a building? Or?
Yes. They're in deep bases, right? Like this Dulce base. It has an entire floor devoted to cloning, okay? Now, it also has another floor devoted to gene splicing. You should see some of the stuff I've seen. Beaver, rats, and all kinds of stuff. They're trying to make weapons for war, and they showed me everything. They thought I was loyal. They started showing me everything. They totally thought I was loyal. Like, my ex-family will not speak to me now. I said, I'm going to expose this. You guys are going to help me. And I said, we're not going to help you. We'll get killed right along with you. And I said, well, I want to do it alone. And they said, don't ask us for help. I said, I'm sending people to you with lie detector tests. Lie on it and go to jail. And then they're looking around as clones saying, we don't want to lie on a lie detector test, right? I said, well, I'm welcoming all lie detector tests, and we're going to lie it up. Or we're going to line it up, these lie detector tests, and everything's going to get proven.
So have you taken a lie detector test yet?
Not yet, no. I haven't had one available. But the thing is, it's so widespread, the corruption stuff. It's even bigger than what you truthers think that it is. It's they have police and doctors and everything there loyal so that they can have clone sex with like a Britney Spears or an Angelica Jolie or something, and while they're sleeping, because they're like, what are we doing when we're sleeping? It's a big waste of time. We can go there and have lots of fun. So, but it's a terrible, diabolical, nefarious place. I've seen all kinds of stuff. Oh, the Picton murders up in Canada, with that guy that killed all the hookers. That was set up by them. They videotaped all the murders. They used to clone Picton into the place and had him running around talking to him, and he felt like he was like a celebrity, right? Anyway, he used to smash them with a ball-peen hammer. Now, I'll tell you who was there, and this is how I know everything, okay? When I was 5, they brought me there to be used as what they call a diddle kid, okay? But all I'd do was cry and stuff. So they said, do you have any other kind of use? Do you sing or dance or something? So anyway, when I was 5, to keep them off me, I started singing like original songs there, just right out of the blue. Turns out, the first one, people liked it, and they had a famous person use it, and then they came back for more, and I made more, and other people came back wanting to hear more. It was just a kid that was making these songs, right, for free, because they never paid me. Nobody knew, right? Totally foolproof. So anyway, lots of people, famous, high-profile people went there. I'm kind of apprehensive to say even, well, people that know me know who I'm talking about, but they're the highest profile people go to these cloning centers, and they wanted to see this kid that was making these songs. Well, Tila Tequila started to come out and talk about them. She went on her radio blog shows, he said, in the cloning centers and the things you guys do to children. But the thing is, well, they told her at the cloning center not to do it, not to help me, because they're trying to play me off as a joke that people will spoof it or make fun and say, oh, they're cloning people, they don't have that technology yet. Well, they really do. I'll tell you right now all about it. You won't hear this from anybody else because they're all scared of dying, but they're not going to kill me because I'll tell you why later, and it's crazy. It's ridiculous. She goes on her video somewhere and says, somebody help me, they're blaspheming to the fifth dimension somehow, and Queen Elizabeth is there, and she eats people. No, she said the Queen of England is there, and she eats people. And there's lizards there. No, she said demons. Well, some people call them demons. They call themselves demons, too. Well, then there's demons there, and they listen to her. Well, nobody listened to her, and they gave her aneurysm there. Well, the thing is, they could have made her die if they wanted to. They just keep the electricity to the clone. They could do it to me, like, at any time. But I told too many people, and they're all waiting to see if I have an aneurysm now, or a heart attack, which it can happen to. They've done this to so many people. It's remote control execution, like assassination, that's undetectable, right? As long as they have a clone of you, they can kill you, like a bang. And they killed Bernie Mac this way, with an aneurysm. It's not good. They don't only have to do the electricity. If they keep a constant pain on the clone, like hard enough, like, it'll kill you. But intermittent pain will mess up your heart bed. That's what they've done to me. They tortured me there for like a torture spectacle, right? If you look, I should have had it on my miniature tablet here, but I forgot to. My Facebook profile picture, okay? Just look at it, and you're gonna say, okay, something weird is happening here. I'm on a Megadeth album cover, all cut up. It's like a picture of a clone of me, all messed up with a skeleton coming out of my chest and Megadeth up at the top. Well, anyway, it's a close-up of my face, and people look at that and they say, okay, now I got to look into this. And trust me, I'm telling you, the biggest secrets of the
Holy
human
cow, it is your face.
Yeah, it is, kind of, yeah. Not kind of at all, it is me. I was asking, well, I'll just tell you, Queen Elizabeth got really interested in this magic kid that could make these songs out of thin air, so she had me serenading her because she thinks she's really special. She's pretty insane, by the way, by 5 different ways. She rules this cloning station, basically. Her and Vladimir Putin, all of them are there. Muammar Gaddafi was there. He's not actually dead, by the way. That was a clone of him that died. And all the people around him jostling the camera, the video, the phone video, they were all in on it. he's not dead. That was a clone that they killed. That's why they buried his body in a remote location nobody will ever find, because it's a clone, and the cells are different and stuff, I guess. Like they're grown in 5 months in a big glass tank full of like salty water, and just takes 5 months, and it's no cost at all. It's basically maintenance. They just got to get tissue from you. Now, Britney Spears put in her video, she said a fantasy of hers was to blow up a cloning station so they couldn't make any more hers, right? So for this video called Break the Ice, she made a Japanimation video of her breaking into a cloning station and breaking the clone tubes, and they look just like that, right? And 2 on 2, like one on top of each other. They have warehouses underground with them growing people, right? And oh man, it's very heavy. There's another aspect to this. It's the lizard part. Now, I'll tell you the straight skinny on the lizards, okay? Now I got to tell you about Tila now. Tila first, because, well, she was on my wall, and I was like, you're going to help me with this, and then she goes on radio, the cloning center's terrible what you do with the people there, and people don't want to go there, and then after that, everything changed, because that night when she went to sleep, won't say Freddy got her, but pretty much the world leaders put the scare of death into her, and a whole bunch of lizards did too, because they know that I want all the lizards dead, and all of the, now I'll just say it flat out, all of the lizard parasited hosts as well. Now I have to put this eloquently, because they said that this is the end of the world event. This is the big bomb that could send the world into panic and loss of order, and what the end of the world 2012 and everything is all about. Well, it's about lizards and cloning. And I'll tell you all about it right now. Something has to be done. These people are like over corrupt. I don't know if there's a word for it in the English language. They bring people to the cloning station and enslave them, and have the option of allowing them to remember the memory. If they leave you if they leave you memory repressed, it will give you symptoms in real life, and you'll just think that you're sick. You won't know. It depends on what they do to you as a clone. If they're torturing you, you'll get badly sick. You'll get heart damage. Like, my heart's messed up, and I'm only 37. Just turned 37. And, yeah, they strap you to a rack and freaking slice you and everything. And people sit around in a crowd watching you in this big, well, not big. It's a stadium. And it has a hockey-boarded ring, but it's smaller than a normal hockey rink. And the celebrities, and kings and queens from weird countries are all there, sitting in the stands, watching this weird Faces of Death scenario thing. Made people sword fight. They made me sword fight there. I got all chopped up as a clone. And the thing is, they can have multiple clones of you, right? Now, they got chips in these clones too, so they turn you into the next clone, like, within a matter of, like, 30 seconds. Like, deactivate one clone and go over to this one and click it on, and I've experienced it. It's everything goes black. You don't have dreams anymore. Some of the celebrities make songs. I've made songs for them there about not having dreams anymore, and your dreams are lost, and blah blah blah. Your heart this, heart that. Like, I made a lot of songs there.
Can I ask, Donald, how do you know that you're the real you?
Scars. And clones, well, these duplication clones can't walk around in public without what they call a handler. They have to be babysat so that they don't bite someone on the face or start a fire in a house, or they're like, they go with the first impulse.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the episode of Family Guy where Stewie clones himself, but he doesn't do the cloning job right, and he creates what's known as Bitch Stewie, who's really retarded, kind of thing. Is that sort of what we're talking about here?
It could be. They make that cartoon. They make The Simpsons. They make all the movies and stuff. They made the Avatar movie. They own Hollywood, right? So, and they get their ideas. They all discuss stuff at the cloning station, like all night. It gets pretty boring there. Because first, once they do the sex, and then they do death stuff to themselves because they can turn. Somehow they have tech to make the clone not feel any pain at all. They said it's something to do with how a person becomes a quadriplegic. Just the first second before they're quadriplegic, they can't feel any pain stabbing in the thigh or anything, just like a quadriplegic can. Well, but they can still move around and stuff. They've done it to me. It feels weird. Like, they let me stab myself in the forearm and go, yick, right up the arm and didn't feel anything, and it's bleeding and stuff. It's pretty gross, and all kinds of stuff there. There's nothing to do there, though, once you do all the stuff, and the novelty wears off. But then you're not allowed to leave. If you want to leave, well, they only keep you if you're of use for something, well, good looking for sex or something, or have some kind of talent or something. And if you try to talk, you say, oh, they say people that think they're in the fifth dimension or the astral plane or something, they'll go to the police and say, the world leaders are taking me to the fifth dimension or the astral plane and victimizing me, torturing me, like Chris Benoit as well. They killed him. Well, he killed himself, but the thing was, they were torturing the hell out of him. Like, Insane Clown Posse had a song made about him, and I actually did the lyrics for the song. They made me do it because I didn't want to, because I liked Chris Benoit. The thing was, they had his wife and his kid there, and they started hurting them too. Well, they're not shape-shifting. The thing is, I'm going to tell you what the shape-shift is, and it's really creepy. And this is the thing that they said that could wipe the world. People panicking with the riots and stuff, because the cloning thing, people cloning people's kids, messing them up in the brain is bad enough. Remotely killing people who they don't like, which might happen to me, you never know. Thing is, the lizards. Okay, lizards been around a long time, like since before ancient Egypt and everything. And the symbol, you know, that eye, the eye of Horus with the squiggly hanging out of it, that has to do with lizards. It's a lizard symbol. It means two things. It's a pro-lizard symbol, and it also means beware, there's lizards here. Okay, there's 3 different kinds of lizards. I'll tell you all about them. They're called vril. The thing is, I'm not sure if it's 1 L or 2 at the end. It's vril, V-R-I-L-L or V-R-I-L. Germans were into them. They had a club with vril things. Anyway, there's like a 1 to 1.5 foot tall one. That's the vril type 1. It's got scales, red scales. There's a type 2 that is not parasitic, but it's still vicious, nasty, carnivorous. They're all carnivorous. And there's a type 3 that's 8 feet tall that has a real long neck and looks like a gray alien, but it comes from deep underground, like below deep base deep. Like they need a methane oxygen mix to breathe, and deep underground they got sulfur pools, I guess, that make this stuff. Anyway, they come up underneath the domed bases. The government is complicit with them, basically. Now I have to tell you about the parasitic aspect of the lizards and why the Illuminati and the governments use them, okay? I'm saying this in a nutshell because it's very important. I want to get it all out on your show. Nobody's going to say this for fear of clone torture, remote-controlled death, or death by lizards 1,000 times until you die by a heart attack or something. But I figured I have to tell people because, well, they're getting me there anyway. Like, they eased up lately asking me not to talk about it anymore, but I'm just going to. Well, the lizards have a thing, okay? They have what's called a proboscis. There's lizards out there today that have a proboscis on their face, okay? These things got it in the middle of their head, okay? And on the top of their head, this is the real type 1 and 2. The type 2 have a proboscis sheath that comes out, it sticks out. The type 1s, for instance, it's like a chocolate chip, it looks like, basically the tip of it. Now, at one point in these things' lives, because they have a long lifespan, the lizard species, one point in their life, they can slowly wiggle this thing out, eject it, and it goes into somebody's eyeball, okay, another animal. Now, it wiggles in by the sense of taste. They described this to me so, like, when I was like 18 years old there, and told me about it different times throughout the years of going there. They can bring you there every single night if they want to, and they did bring me there every night. They laughed at me when I said I was going to tell the world about this. They said, nobody's ever going to believe me. You won't put it together in a eloquent way. People will think that technology isn't that advanced yet with cloning, because they just clone the sheep, right? No. They've been cloning people a long time this way. Thing is, the lizard, okay, the thing squiggles in through the eye. It does a spiral around the optic nerve all the way to a certain point, and it's driven there by taste. And they said once it gets there, it has the taste of butterscotch, and then it does a feeling like holding your breath and going, pushing outwards. And at the tip of this chocolate chip, it then starts what they call sweating the quill. Now, the spinal cord stuff comes out of the spinal cord, out of the chocolate chip thingy, and it's everything that the lizard is. The lizard's whole body is dead. The little lizard thing is dead, and it can't go back in. Can't get back in. It's one way. Once it excretes this stuff, sweats this quill thing, the person's debilitated for an unknown amount of time. I don't know how long. But when they come back, they have to have some recovery time. But when they come back, they are not the person anymore. They are then the lizard. Let me put this to you flatly. The old person's consciousness is gone. The body is absolutely, totally dominated, and the lizard is smarter as a human then, and totally controls everything. Over time, it'll develop a rash, it'll lose its hair. The thing is, these things are all over the place, and they mimic human behavior. In fact, one of their names in the past is Mimic. A lot of the people that you hear about in the news that are getting people and chopping them up in the basement and eating them and stuff, frying them up, these are what they call drones. They're parasited hosts of the lizards. They like to make them. The only thing a drone wants to do is make more, have sex, and torture someone. Like, it's a different kind of mentality. It's hard to explain. When they at the cloning station, when they victimize someone, it gives them a powerful feeling, and it's the nerdy way, you know, that nerdy aspect of it. I've got something over someone, but they do that to the extreme. Oh, and alien abductions. Let me tell you something. They videotape alien abductions. They set up alien abductions with Hollywood makeup and stuff. Like, not all of them. I can't say all of them. Some of them might be real for all I know. But I've seen the set. It's a really crappy looking saucer. You just walk up a ramp into it. They never see the outside of it. But they clone people, right? And then activate them when they're on a slab strapped down. Now someone goes in with a gray mask and the mask is made of chicken skin, okay? Just to give it that aspect of realism, dyed gray chicken skin, so it'll look real. And does it look real? Stretched over a mask, right? And they have the mask on. They go in and have sex with the people, and they videotape it and the people's faces to see their reactions and stuff. It's the government and celebrities doing this to people, because I'll tell you how the celebrities got into it. Back in the past, it was a political thing. They bring all the leaders of the countries in together, and they can all chat about stuff and enjoy this sacrilegious, forbidden place, this cloning thing, and do whatever they can't do in real life. Well, they got real bored with each other, because most of them are fat and ugly, bald and stuff. So they started bringing celebrities there. This is why JFK died, by the way, and Marilyn Monroe. JFK was going to talk about it, the cloning station. He didn't want to go. She didn't want to go. They had her there too. They said, we'll torture you at the cloning station if you talk about it. Anyway, yeah, that's like a big thing. That's why he died. Like, man. So anyways, it's not the fifth dimension. It's just the cloning station. And cloning station with your clone pre-injected with drugs. Yeah, the lizard thing. They just totally take them over. They do it a lot. It used to be, it's a Luciferian thing. They said that these lizards were the sons of Satan or whatever, Lucifer or whatever. They're not, though. They're just a species of lizard that survived the extinction of the dinosaurs by being way, way underground. I'll just tell you, I know it sounds retarded. The damn things can talk, okay? But they don't have a tongue. I'll tell you about their mouths. It takes a while. Basically, they have a blood spike, okay? This is what they call a chupacabra, too. They come up from underground different spots all over the world, right? Like worms out of a rotten apple. Different spots, and then they infiltrate the society there. But the drones today have erased, well, of 100 years ago, erased any existence of these real lizards from, like, Egyptian carvings on walls. They would smash them, right? Or books that had anything in them about them, they would burn them. Because drones don't want to get found out and sent off and killed. Like, this is what I thought FEMA camps were for, rounding up drones, because they've been talking about it at the cloning center. This is where they discuss all political, worldly affairs. And they let me sit in, fly on the wall, because they figure nobody's going to ever believe me, that they can clone anybody in. Everybody there is bored of it, the whole technology. It lost the novelty like 10 years ago, right? So they go there and they talk to Brad Pitt and let me tell you, all the celebrities, because they bring them there, and they tell them, look, you're here, you're going to hang with us. If you don't want to, well, if they cry and make a fuss, like Lauryn Hill from the Fugees, make a song about I Get Out and stuff, they let her not go to the cloning station. They don't activate her, let her have normal dreams. But other people, they really grill them to stay. And they say, if you ever talk about it, you're going to die. They made the reason Britney Spears went pop. Do you want to know? Right now? Well, Britney Spears went whack because she watched too many murder videos at the cloning station. Okay, the cloning station is like a small sports venue, like a dog and pony show, right? It's got the stands, seat about 400, 450, but there's different cloning stations in different deep underground bases. But all the celebrities go to an above ground one in a wildlife preserve somewhere, and it's just like an oval sports venue with underground stuff where they grow them and store them on racks 5 high, like bunk beds 5 high, stainless steel. So they go there and sit around and do crazy stuff, and they bring me there like they were bringing me there every night. Like, I'll just tell you, it was like a victimization joke. Like, they would torture me basically in many different ways to come up with a song, some kind of a song for someone, some kind of genre of music, anything. And for a while there, they wouldn't stab me or anything. Well, in the clone, like I don't have scars on me, it's on the clones at this place, but they usually scrap the body same night anyway because it's so stabbed up. I've been through a lot there, and that's another reason why I want to expose these things. Oh, and also how the lizards kill people, right? I've witnessed the head wiggy thing go into the eye. They showed me. The thing is, the Illuminati are basically using me, okay, to expose these lizards in an eloquent way, because none of them want to be the first person out so that they'll die. Like Bernie Mac he tried to start a mutiny there, saying, we can't have this, we all got to shut this place down. This place is the devil, he said. And they tortured the shit out of them. Oh, anyway, so back to the lizards, the 3 different kinds. The third kind is the smartest, the biggest and the strongest and everything, and they pretty much lord over the other 2. There's different regions, though. They cannibalize on each other underground. Anyway, Queen Elizabeth is really in with these things, okay? Her family has been for a long time. Now, these bloodlines, all that they are super inbred people, okay? What the edicts of Lucifer, like my family are down with this stuff. That's why I don't talk to them anymore. Inbreeding makes you strong. Pedophilia keeps you young, and helping lizards gives you good luck or something from the devil and stuff. They used to do this thing, kill your firstborn son, and it gives you fortune in life or something. And it's pretty sick. So anyways, yeah, all that stuff is, not true, and they know it. They just keep it going for like some stupid club, like the Devil Club. Ooh, we're cool, we're evil. It's just they're a bunch of, basically, it's a bunch of really rich, fat, old people. They can't get laid, so they enslave people there to perv on them, right? Drug them, make them compliant through fear or drugs, and use them, because they'd have a hard time even paying a prostitute, really. Like, you ever see Kissinger?
As Kissinger said, power is the ultimate aphrodisiac.
Yeah, he's there. Met him as clones. I met a bunch of them as clones. They all wanted to meet the guy that made all these songs, and I don't even want to talk about the songs thing, because some people have said, oh, you just want to be known for making all these songs and stuff, and really, I just want to shut these people down, because everyone else, there's a bunch of celebrities there, and they're scared, like Whitney Houston. They killed Whitney Houston with an aneurysm just recently. Like, and then all the celebrities there said, okay, we're not going to have any more of us get killed this way. What happened with her, she wanted to leave show business entirely, didn't want to sing anymore, no concerts, didn't want to be on TV, and didn't want to attend the cloning station to be used as a sex slave. But in the beginning of her career, she basically sold her soul. That's what they all talk about, selling your soul to the Illuminati. You're selling your clone to be used by old freaks at the cloning center, or for an aspect slave. Yeah, they do that. You know how they cover up their one eye?
Oh, yeah.
That means two things. That means watch out, you don't get the lizard to stick the thing in the eye, or like, well, it means a couple different things to different people. It means like, don't, you only half see things, and I always figured it was the lizard in the eye thing, because I get introduced.
I've seen so many artists in pictures of them doing the triangle around the eye sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Where you do your thumbs and your index fingers together, and just look through and put your hands together and just look through them like that, and your other fingers sort of look like sun rays coming out, sort of thing. I've seen so many artists do that.
Well, the thing with the pyramid in the eye thing is the whole symbol is a joke. It's once you know what the pyramid is for, then you know when you're pretty much Illuminati. But I'm going to break that whole thing right now. I'm going to ruin it. You got to look on my page and look at the schematics for the pyramid. I explain what it's for. It was basically a vril trap. It's a giant cockroach trap for vrils. Okay, these little vents that went in, they were at an angle. They were lined with smooth limestone. And anything that went in didn't come out, because these crab nasties' claws, well, that's what I call them, crab nasties, the vrils. I've been calling them that my whole life. So, these people, you heard about the celebrities selling their souls to the place, so that's what they're doing. They're selling themselves to be used as clones at the cloning center. Now, the thing is, after a while, they have kids, and they want to bring their kids there, too, to induct them into the family, right? They just want to perv on them. And they're all too scared to say no, and they do bring their kids there, mess them all up, to keep them memory repressed and just mess with them. And then they do all kinds of stuff with different technologies that they have there. Like, I'm trying to, like, I know about a bunch of different technologies they have, and I wanted to tell everyone about it, but there's not enough time on your show to tell about all of it, so I'm trying to tell about the most important things, the cloning lizards. Oh, and the head chips. I didn't tell you about the head chips, but to the vrils, the three different types, the small ones they use to drone people, to host people, because the proboscis on young lizard type ones, they're small enough to go into an eye and not ruin the eye, right? Because they're supposed to do this to animals with bigger eyeballs, probably friggin' dinosaurs. So these lizards, it squiggles in, the thing takes over, total domination, right? Old person dies, and it becomes a totally compliant slave, basically. Does whatever the people want it to do, because it's just happy to live life as a human being now, right? It's totally coherent, and it knows that its life is dependent on it mimicking human behavior, so it does really well. Even with other animals, it's smart enough to instinctually mimic the animal's behavior, right? It incorporates that animal's brain to, I don't know, it just takes over in the worst way. It's a parasitic lizard. It's nasty. Now, the head chip thing, man, I know this is a lot. Like, I had to explain about all this stuff, my total disclosure and phases, because I didn't want to lump it all out in at one time for people, because it's
Well, you're afraid they'd think you were crazy? I mean, it doesn't matter, man. I mean, like, as far as most people are concerned, you know, as soon as you opened your mouth, it's insanity. Whereas I don't like to judge people like that after the first word that they say. I like to hear them out. Okay.
Yeah. Well, okay, a bunch of billionaires were scared about dying. They said they were so rich they can make people die, they can start wars, they can do anything in the material world, but once they die, they can't even take it with them. They're just dead, right? So a bunch of billionaires got together and said, we don't want to die, we want to figure out how to live again as clones, right? Thing is, the clone is just like a negative copy of the person, though, so it's not even like the person living. It's a flawed copy.
Okay,
so the thing is, what they do, they've devised a way, I don't know how. The thing used to be as big as a circuit board, like that was not an Illuminati symbol, by the way. It's like a square,
about the size of a fist, right?
Yeah, they tested this on a Chinese farmer. They showed me the video clips. Had it sticking out the guy's head and everything. Didn't compensate him, just sent him back home. Said they had to do something to him. They whittled it down so that the microchip is supposedly the size of like just a bit bigger than an apple seed, right? And it can totally, and it's a flawed copy as well, but not as flawed. It can totally hold your mental stuff, right? Everything that you are, basically, but they need babysitters because they go pretty whack. Sometimes they're missing some stuff, it's flawed. But the thing is, just like those lizards do with the eyeball thing and squiggling into the head, rich people can put their stuff on a microchip and set this into somebody's head and basically body snatch them that way as well. And they keep it secret because, of course, you know, everyone, well, they can do it to clones too, but there's more side effects if you put it into a clone's brain. So they basically body snatch people with chips in the head. And the lizard thing, they tried to convince me that, and others, that it was a worldwide takeover thing, that they had already taken over so much that all was lost, better just go along with it, but that's not true. They're a very, very small part of the population, like under 5% or something. But they drone people like beautiful women, and then have the drones marry these men, that whoever wants this woman, and they don't care that it's a lizard consciousness. They just do it, and it's still murdering the other person though, and it's pretty sick. So I had to tell the world, and yeah, I'm expecting to be killed, really.
Well, hold on. Can I just get clarification on something? Because you said that they can't kill you or they won't kill you or something like that before,
okay.
But now you're saying they probably will. I don't see the connection.
Okay, we'll get to that part. That's the part that, even with the crazy sounding stuff that I've told you already, this is another crazy aspect of it. Okay. The thing is, with all the songs that I made at this place, and they were bringing me back every single night and saying, sing a song or we're going to torture you. Next night, sing a song, we're going to torture you. Sometimes I couldn't think of anything, and they would just like stab me and watch me bleed there. And now they're all watching like it's a bizarre Faces of Death thing. And different people want to know what it's like to stab someone, so they send them up to stab me while I'm on drugs so I won't hit them or something. It's like that. It's very sick. And, well, I have to tell you, Queen Elizabeth is there. Stephen Harper, Canadian Prime Minister. Obama is there. Vladimir Putin is there. The Pope is even there. All kinds of heads of different factions of different things. The head of the Mexican drug cartel is there. Mafia in Italy is there. Man, everybody is there. It's like the rich guy's crazy club that'll never get caught. And you have to be real privileged to go there. Well, I don't want to go there, and I'm not privileged there. I'm pretty low on the totem pole there, actually, probably the lowest. So anyway, they all threatened me never to talk about it, and along as I've been divulging this stuff on Facebook, they've been bringing me there and threatening me and stuff, and then asking me not to mention them specifically, what they have done there and stuff, and panicking really, trying to deter me with stabbing my clones there, burning the clones and everything. And I'm telling you, it's like real. It's clear as day. It's not like having a dream unless they drug you. If you're there, you're totally coherent, and you can't pinch yourself and wake up or slap yourself, or people would. And I don't know of a way to block this consciousness transfer to the clones. Otherwise, I would, like being in a tinfoil room or something. I don't know if there is a way to block it up. If there is, they haven't told me. But anyway, they're all there, and since I was a kid, after I started making songs when I was about 5, by the time I was hitting about 8 years old, they were saying, I don't even want to say because it's over the top ridiculous, and I don't want to even endorse this stuff that they say, but they said it was possible that I could be the comeback Messiah for the end times to save the world. And I said, no, that's not true. I'm just a guy that's going to expose your lizards and your cloning, and you guys aren't going to bring me here anymore. And I got all the info when they thought that I was absolutely loyal to them, okay? For years, I acted loyal to them. I even had to almost give myself Stockholm Syndrome to make myself believe that I liked them, because my family members were there. So my mother was there even. So, and they can give you sodium pentothal truth serum to see into your clone, to see if you will talk about them, if you're unmemory repressed or unrepressed memory, and you'll be able to remember all the clone stuff. But once you're unrepressed memory, you always remember everything. They can't keep your memory away from you then when they bring you there. So they only unrepress people that are real ironclad loyal. It also makes you smarter as a clone when you are unrepressed memory. So they wanted me to be unrepressed memory so I could think up better lyrics for songs, because they've given me adrenaline injections there. Like, I've never had that in real life, but they feel really good there, adrenaline injections. And I've never done cocaine in real life, but they made me do cocaine there so I could do speed rappy stuff, because like Busta Rhymes type of stuff. So you can't do that like just off the bat. But that stuff really speeds you up. It actually gave my clone a heart attack a couple times. But yeah, they're all like, we're so powerful, we're going to get caught doing this, no one's ever going to believe anyone. But that's because everyone else only had half of the story. After years of playing friends with them, they told me everything, because they wanted to be really cool with me. They wanted me to like them because I made their favorite song, like the Top Gun theme song. Made that, right, when I'm there. And they're all the politicians want to be cool with me because the celebrities think that I'm amazing and stuff, and they think I'm amazing too, right? Coming up with a song out of thin air like that. I put a bunch of references in songs. Other people have in the past too, like back in the 80s, this band called Heart made this song called Dreams. These dreams go on when I close my eyes type. And talking about the cloning station when you're a clone there. But they tell people that it's the other dimension or astral plane, so that if they ever go to the police, they'll say, oh, I'm going to the other dimension. And then that's not true, right? You want us to police another dimension, right? But it's not another dimension or the astral plane. It's just the cloning station, like the Brown something massacre, Brownsville massacre down in Texas somewhere. Well, that was all about them. The children of the fold got murdered, a big religious cult. They all got murdered and chopped up. Well, the fold was the cloning station, and they were going there and getting freaked on by a bunch of elderly, rich perverts. And then they didn't want to anymore. And they said, leave us alone, we have computers, we're going to tell all about the fold. And they went there and killed them all. The Picton stuff was really unsettling or disturbing because, well, Elizabeth wanted to be real close on hand to me because everybody wanted to look at me, talk to me, and I was like focused on with the spotlight there at this place because I did these songs and different money-making ideas for different people. So she always wanted to be around me to get in on the spotlight. She's like that. She's like a camera hand for all the celebrities that are there. So she was always around me. You know, the thing is, she said to strengthen my mind, she wanted me to watch all of the Picton murders and they had a camera in the corner of the room where he did these murders. The thing was, he would walk a woman, the hooker, over to a painting on the wall, facing that way, and say, do you like this painting? My brother painted it for me. Put his arm around the woman, and with his other hand, he'd reach in back of his pants and pull out a ball-peen hammer and smack her right in the back of the head. And that was it. And he used to almost have to give her like 2 or 3 or something. And one time, one of the hookers got him. I'll tell you about that some other time or something, but he got them all. He said, I asked him one time at the cloning station, because they would bring him there and ask him what it was like and everything, and like he was a celebrity or something. It was weird, like, and they're all trying to act evil, like they're vampires or something. And he would talk and stuff, and I asked him, they asked me if I had any questions for him. I said, why a ball-peen hammer? And he said, well, a normal hammer has a claw on it, carpenter's hammer, and if I had to do a second strike, the claw might get hooked on somebody's clothing, one of the girl's clothing, and it might, when on my drawback, it might hook on, then he's ruined, because he was just a skinny old man. And yeah, Elizabeth used to make me watch them. They have 2 big screens at the cloning station over the stands, one on either side, right, so that people can, in the stands, can look both ways. Well, a lot of people can't watch them. A lot of people want to act evil so they'll feel safe there, because the more evil that you are, the more they're going to leave you alone. So there's people, man, they psych themselves into believing that they're evil too, just so that they'll feel safe, because they've seen these lizards and people getting tortured and killed, and they don't want any badness on them, so they try to act even more evil than the other people that are there. But yeah,
so how does this relate to you being afraid that they're going to kill you, but also saying that they can't?
Well, the thing with the can't, they said that well, a bunch of religious things around the world, including the Vatican, says there, well, not all of the bishops are there, the popes, like cronies, the Pope's cronies there, that not all of them are there, but they said that they think that I'm the next comeback Messiah guy. And as I said, I don't endorse these claims, and a bunch of super superstitious people said that if I get killed, that it's going to be the end of the world. And they translated that into saying that if I get killed, people are going to know that all the stuff I'm saying is real, and they're going to freak out, and the world end faster. But they're just trying to put it forward in a calm, concise way. Like, they do this lizard thing a lot, like in a lot of different countries. It's not just an isolated thing, and these things walk around all over the place. There is a way to detect them. It's you have to detect them with a CT scan or an MRI. Well, they're gonna have to do something about it, because the thing is, sometimes these people, they get a pet lizard, one of their very own. Like Elizabeth's one is called Matilda, and Kissinger's one is called Herbert, right? And they occasionally get a hold of a real kid and bring it to the cloning station and feed a kid to one of these lizards. It's like Alf, the show Alf, runs around trying to eat cats and stuff. Everybody thinks it's cute. Well, these things, their favorite food is human kid, because it has less vaccinations in it. Because some vaccinations, after a certain age, will, if they drain the blood out of a thing, the real lizard will die from the vaccinations, or get real sick, or taste bad or something to them. So they get kids, they put them in a pit with this thing sometimes. I've seen it there. They just showed me so much stuff flat out, thinking that I'd never be able to cohesively put it all together to tell people about it in a believable fashion, and that the technology of doing this is to advance for people to believe. But after seeing all that I've seen, I have to tell as many people as I can, because they kill people with these lizards, and you know, I don't want to walk around in a world with those parasited human hosts in it. The thing is, what people have to do, it's going to have to be a military thing. Like, the military will have to perform a coup, because I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but Obama is down with the Vril, okay? Vladimir Putin, he's down with them. They're all scared. Like, the Illuminati thing is a big united thing, but it's united through fear, basically, right? Because if one person comes out and says, oh, I'm going to tell, that person dies real quick. And then the other people look and go, ooh, I don't want to be the next one, right? But what they're saying about me, with the religious people there, and drones don't want to get X'd out either, so they're really harsh on people that talk about them. So they're saying that I'm the next New Age Jesus there, and I'm not endorsing this in any way, by the way. There's people on the internet that say this stuff, and they're not. They're just crazy people. And I'm not saying it either, but they all say it, and they said I'm in the Nostradamus prophecies and picture book. They said there's a picture of me in it. And that I was going to save the world from something. And I'm just going to inform the world about the parasitical lizards that the government are letting people get droned, and sacrificing people to gods they don't even believe in, just so it'll be like some dark evil club that they can all belong to something, right? And it goes back pretty far, like long ways. Yeah, it explains on my wall a lot more. I pretty much said just about everything. I mean, I don't know. I was frantic when I wrote my original letter because I didn't know how to explain everything. So I just stuck to the cloning aspect of everything, because I figured if I put lizards in it as well, people were going to go, whoa, change the channel. But so I pretty much told everybody in phases, just so that people wouldn't have too much to wrap their head around. But it's the most important stuff in the world, like chemtrails and MK Ultra and all that is done by them. And MK Ultra, you need a clone of the person to use MK Ultra on someone. It's just all kinds of different technologies that they have, and they used to call themselves the Thule, Thule. Well, they had an abandoned base down there. They found all kinds of stuff, and they back-engineered all kinds of stuff. And the Vril Society from Germany started doing it, and then the Americans took their stuff, and the Russians took some stuff too, and then they all started making stuff. Man, but I know about a lot of the stuff. They told me all about it, and I'm telling the world. But yeah, it's not good because other people have died. dinosaurs. So these lizards, it squiggles in, the thing takes over, total domination, right? Old person dies, and it becomes a totally compliant slave, basically. Does whatever the people want it to do because it's just happy to live life as a human being now, right? It's totally coherent, and it knows that its life is dependent on it mimicking human behavior, so it does really well. Even with other animals, it's smart enough to instinctually mimic the animal's behavior, right? It incorporates that animal's brain to, I don't know, it just takes over in the worst way. It's a parasitic lizard. It's nasty. Now, the head chip thing, man, I know this is a lot. Like, I had to explain about all this stuff, my total disclosure in phases, because I didn't want to lump it all out in at one time for people, because it's...
Well, you're afraid they'd think you were crazy? I mean, it does...
And that's what I'm getting at when I talk about the impossibility of the contrary. Our challenge is that there is no disputer or debater of this age who can take a contrary point of view and show that it makes sense out of human experience. Now, I'm going to give you a sentence that I want to read a couple times over because it's crucial. And the more you meditate on this and think...
To comment on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news
has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I cannot sit around one more day and just not say anything. It's Hollywood. It's like the whole thing. Casting directors, they'll convince parents of kids to let them be abused for work and money. And a lot of these parents of showbiz kids have willingly signed off to have their kids abused. It's fucked up. And in that case, a lot of times you don't really even need money to be changed hands. You just need the, hey, we'll give you this and that. And it's, it's an incestuous system. It's an evil system. Crazy shit on Twitter. That is true. Not something I wanted to say, but I'm fucking tired of people lying. I've watched these people just lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie, and they will never fucking tell the truth. So I'm here to tell the truth.
I want you to keep in mind that all your social media platforms are controlled by the same people, and the New World Order are controllers, basically. And so anything that's promoted is something you should pay attention to. Is how it's played on all different sides, right? You're going to have the people that are going to come out, parrot the corporate media, and then you're going to get the alternative media coming in saying it's probably the Clintons that did it, and you know, oh, he was really murdered, he didn't commit suicide. And how is somebody murdered when they're on suicide watch? Why is anybody paying attention to this? Why does anybody care? Because it's your mind control. Because your mind control is basically telling you to invest your energy in this. And this is just a perfect example of how it works. It will never end. You're in a sea of chaos, and the sea of chaos is being stirred, and more shit is being thrown in every day. And every day people go back to this sea of chaos, expecting, I don't know what they're expecting, but this is all you're ever going to get. You're going to get your divide and conquer nonstop. You're going to get your left, right. You're going to get your fake alternative media. Whether Epstein is dead, whether he committed suicide, whether he was murdered, whether he's, you know, still alive on a beach in Tel Aviv or on the dark side of the moon. I'd probably take the latter two if I had to take a guess. Well, maybe not the dark side of the moon, but certainly the beach in Tel Aviv. You know, you're never going to know, but I guarantee you this psyop will continue to proliferate, and they'll add more, like Jenga, you know, take more blocks and stack them on top, and it'll just get bigger and bigger, and it'll keep going, and they'll tie more people, and more people will Liz Crock in it, and say the Clintons are operating child pedo rings, and you know, and this and that, and they're murdering people. It's a Clinton body count, and it just keeps going. So, you know, ask yourself this too: why is Twitter having this Clinton body count? Why are they promoting this Clinton body count, right? Aren't they supposed to be cracking down on people putting out fantastical sort of conspiracy theories? Why are they promoting Clinton body count? Because it's part of your programming. That's what it is. It's part of your programming. All the pedogate shills are going to go all over this. It's just going to go everywhere. All your media is controlled. It's all fake. It's all bullshit. And this is just an example how this all functions and how they are taking you for a ride and sucking your energy and using you to achieve their means. I mean, as long as you are proliferating in these psyops, as long as you are partaking in their rituals and proliferating their rituals, then you're helping the New World Order, essentially, because you're legitimizing the psyop. And this is the case with Epstein. Instead of people just saying, don't pay attention to Epstein, pay attention, look, watch the other hand. This is the sleight of hand of the New World Order. The sleight of hand. It never fails. It happens all the time. It's a sleight of, here's the card that we want you to talk about. And while you're all looking there, our other hand is doing something else. And this is the game that they play. So we're going to have people react every day to the stories they put out and put their sort of spin on it. And you just want to slap these people and say, you know, you're just being played from day one. The fact of the matter that you take these stories and you give them any sort of credibility shows that you are not capable of critical thought, that you don't understand how controlled all your media is. So you actually help. You're enabling the corporate media, you're enabling our controllers to further cement their control over humanity, because you're taking your audience down bullshit alley. And I don't want to call out anybody in particular, but I think you know what I'm saying. When these YouTubers that are supposedly here to try to expose the New World Order are playing the games of the New World Order, whether it's just through ignorance or it's, oh, this will get me more views, or whatever, you're playing their game. You are enabling their control because you're letting people buy in. You're giving legitimacy to the stories. Now, the only people with the Epstein story that would have a point of view that I would say that's a smart point of view are the people that would say the beach in Tel Aviv type of thing. Don't pay attention to the story. The story is a distraction. all those people, everyone, and if anybody that I showed before was putting that out, then you deserve some credit, because you are at least seeing through the layers of the deception. But everyone else that's going to spin this one way or another way, right, is just contributing to their control system. And as I said before, the Epstein thing will just keep feeding, because what they'll keep doing is they'll keep uncovering more connections to Epstein and Epstein Island, Lolita Express, and the whole thing, and then, this person, that person, and then they can trickle it out. So the corporate media can, and the alternative, fake alternative media can just trickle these stories out, 1 or 2 a week sort of thing, to keep the thing feeding the thing. All of a sudden now, Epstein's death is being linked to the dangers of conspiracy theories and how the conspiracy theorists are relentless. And it's used to divide and conquer, and it will be used for years, if not decades to come. They'll keep regurgitating, mark my words. There's this guy named Isaac Cappy. Do you know about this guy named Isaac Cappy? I mean, I never heard of him from Moses. He had the smallest role in the shittiest movie. It was called Thor. Did you watch it? It was a horrible fucking movie. And he had a role that was like 5 seconds long, where he played a pet store clerk. I would say I'm infinitely more famous than that fucking turd. But somehow, he commits suicide, and now there's still people on a daily basis putting up videos saying, Isaac Cappy was murdered, Isaac Cappy was a sack of poo. That's what he was. And I showed this before Mr. Cat Tower and their operation promoted this turd. Nobody on the planet knew who he was. Nobody. I showed years worth of tweets that he put out going back to 2015, where he couldn't even get a heart on a single tweet if his life depended on him. And this guy was some big-time A-list actor exposing, Pizzagate and the pedo rings and Spielberg and Tom Hanks and all that. No, he was a bullshit artist. But because he had that connection, however minor it was, to Hollywood, people played it to the nth degree. But they create a psyop around this guy, and they use their agents to push it. And then other people can jump on it and get it for views and put out umpteen different videos, and it just feeds into the whole thing. It just keeps going, and then this comes out of it. And Isaac Cappy was a hero, and Isaac Cappy was a fraud, and Isaac Cappy was this, and Isaac Cappy was that. Isaac Cappy and the key things, he exposed nothing. Zilch. What, you think saying pedo about a bunch of frickin' Hollywood A-listers that he probably never even became remotely close to is exposing shit? Look at all the effort and diversion that has happened with this fucking total inconsequential character, this shit stain, right? This Isaac Cappy, who was a narcissist and a sociopath and a fucking rotten human being, in his own words. Now, whether he's dead or on a beach in Tel Aviv or on the dark side of the moon, you should give 0 fucks. You should waste not 1 second of your life even thinking about that turd or the people that cover that turd. But this is how they do it. And they can endlessly bring in these characters, these actors to play these roles, and then they can have the people that expose them, because they often do that. They'll control the shills, and then they'll control the shills who expose the shills, and then they play off against each other. It's an endless sort of thing. You have that choice, and that should be your thing, and that's why I have the choice, and I come and I say this, because I want to say to all the good people that listen to me, that with my experience, my many years now, 7.5 years of experience doing this, you're being played, 100%. You're being played. And yeah, they're normalizing the pedophilia at the same time as making pedo stories in the news every day. And yeah, they're doing all this shit to the kids. It's awful. But yes, we should be directly concerned with our own kids, right? And we should be directly concerned with how these psyops are going to be used in order to infringe upon our own rights.
What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea, a new world order, where diverse nations
are drawn together in common cause to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind.
Create a new world order, because the global order is changing again. And the institutions and the rules that worked so well in the post-World War II era for decades, they need to be strengthened, and some have to be changed.
You see, my dear girl, I joined the Freemasons before it was trendy. That's my eyeball on the dollar bill. That's also my pyramid.
Oh, I'd love to see New York. We could all go with the bus company's special Super Sitter fare. $9? This one's on me.
Because these guys own our government. They print our money, and they own not only the government, but they own you. You are their property. So, in other words, these guys print the money, they run the country, and they own you, and they own everything around it. And so they make the laws, and that's why they can decide who can kill who, and who can get away with who, and who can get away with whatever, because they make the laws and they decide.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
No, Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Joan Rivers, one of the giants of American comedy, has died in New York. She'd been on life support since late last week when she reportedly stopped breathing while undergoing a procedure on her throat at a clinic here in Manhattan.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society. It's so secret we can't talk about it. What does that mean for America? The conspiracy theorists are going to go wild.
Sure they are. I don't know. I haven't seen the red.
Number 322.
First of all, he's not the nominee. And, look, I look forward. Are you prepared to lose? No, I'm not going to lose.
You both were members of Skull and Bones, a secret society at Yale. What does that tell us? Not much, because it's a secret. Is there a secret handshake? Is there a secret code? I wish there were something secret I could manifest. 322, a secret number? There are all kinds of secrets.
They're faced with a very real prospect of Donald Trump becoming the leader of the party, and it absolutely drives them crazy. They just cannot imagine sharing. Well, because he's an outsider. He's not them. He's not part of the club. He's uncontrollable. He hasn't been through the initiation rites. He didn't belong to the secret society.
But this is the universal sign right here. And every time a Mason shakes a hand, he will go in that way, no matter who, because he wants to know who's a brother and who isn't. Again, it's innocuous enough to say, what are you doing? But still, immediately when I was in, I understood immediately. In fact, I was doing business in another state, and I thanked my cab driver with that handshake, and he lit up, and he said, hey, brother, the lodge is down the street. Whatever you need, we have a meeting next week. You're more than welcome. Just with the handshake.
Politique reste ton droit, parce que si jamais un monsieur ne va pas gagner, il y a quand même les Rockefeller, les gens comme les Rothschild, les grosses familles qui dominent quand même les continents. Donc c'est même pas la France, on parle des continents. C'est des familles qui ont grandi en 1827 avec des familles à 5 garçons où ils s'expandent.
Vous parlez des...
C'est au-dessus de tout ce qu'on parle.
Oui.
Ok. Donc comme il dit, il y a les lobbyistes, il y a les gens qui se présentent aux élections.
Oui.
Et il y a des gars comme Donald Trump qui ont quoi, 10 billions d'euros.
C'est pas lui qui dépense le plus, hein.
Il doit déclarer en Amérique, il faut qu'il montre les papiers.
En tout cas, il dépense son propre argent.
Il a peut-être pas plus. Mais enfin, un garçon comme ça, si moi j'ai des biens et j'ai travaillé toute ma vie pour ma famille, pour mes amis, pour un pays où je paie mes taxes, tout ce qu'il veut, je crois d'abord, c'est protéger ses intérêts. Donc, quelqu'un qui travaille gratuit, c'est quelqu'un de dangereux. Ça veut dire qu'il protège les intérêts de son pays. Bon, c'est vrai qu'on a des problèmes avec le Middle East, mais ce qui dit dans un sens, se retirer du Middle East, c'est... Attendez, c'est leur foutre la paix. Chacun a une philosophie... Attendez, parce que Monsieur Van Damme, vous connaissez la politique.
Bien sûr, bien sûr.
So I'm aware about that.
Merci Jean-Claude. Mais ce que j'aimerais...
1997 yılı Türkiye Masonları açısından çok önemli bir yıl olmuştur.
Kanal 7 televizyonunda günlerce yayınlanmıştı. İki ayrı locada çekilmiş olan gizli kamera görüntüleri hem Türk halkını hem de yüksek derecelere ulaşmamış masonları şok etti. 1738 yılında İstanbul'da kurulan ilk locadan bu yana gizliliğini koruyarak gelen masonların görüntülerinin deşifre edilmesi ve masonluğun gerçek yüzünün gözler önüne serilmesi günlerce konuşuldu. Adayları tanıdınız.
Serdar Büyüküstün, mesleği elektrik mühendisi. Aykut Erensoy, mesleği elektrik mühendisi. Kenan Ali Akman, mesleği serbest ticaret.
Adayların kimlikleri anlaşıldı. Onları içeri aldınız. Sayın baylar, her şeyden önce bize söz vermenizi istiyoruz. Aramıza alınmanız kabul edilse de edilmese de bizim düşünce odası dediğimiz o karanlık bölgeye girdiğiniz andan başlayarak şu ana kadar görüp işittiklerinizi ve bundan böyle burada işiteceklerinizi, gözleriniz açıldıktan sonra da göreceklerinizi hiç kimseye söylemeyeceğinize namusunuz ve onurunuz üzerine söz verir misiniz? Sayın Aykut Erensoy, evet, söz veririm. Sayın Serdar Büyüküstün, söz veririm. Sayın Kenan Ali Akman, evet, söz veririm. Soruşturucu kardeşim, adayları oturtunuz. Sayın Serdar Büyüküstün, göğsünüze dayanan ve bir elinizle size yoklatılan şeyin ne olduğunu söyler misiniz? Metal bir parça, kılıç. Sayın Aykut Erensoy, göğsünüze dayanan ve bir elinizle size yoklatılan şeyin ne olduğunu söyler misiniz? Kılıca benziyor. Kılıcın göğüslerinize dayandırılması, verdiğiniz sözde durmazsanız yaşamanız boyunca pişmanlık duyacağınızı ve acı çekeceğinizi bildirir. Herhangi bir yanlış anlamaya yer kalmaması için şunu da öğrenmek isteriz. Aramıza girmek isteyen kişi gerçekten siz misiniz? Sayın Aykut Erensoy, mason olabilmek için size verilen başvuru formunu hiçbir etki, baskı altında olmaksızın salt kendi istem ve buyrultunuzla siz mi doldurup imzaladınız? Evet. Adayların birinci yolculuğu yapmalarını sağlayınız.
başka bir yerde açıklamayacağım. Masonların amaçları doğrultusunda çalışacağım. Masonların amaçları doğrultusunda çalışacağım.
Özgür Masonlar Büyük Locası'nın ilkelerine bağlı kalacağım.
Özgür Masonlar Büyük Locası'nın ilkelerine bağlı kalacağım.
Üyesi olacağım locanın toplantılarına düzenli olarak katılacağım.
Üyesi olacağım locanın toplantılarına düzenli olarak katılacağım.
Birinci Nazır kardeşim, adaylar için ne istiyor?
Bilimsel gerçeğin ışığını
görüntülerin hemen ardından yayınlanan diğer çekimlerde ise Türkiye Masonluğu tamamen deşifre oldu. Bu görüntülerde yalnızca 33. dereceden Masonların katılabildiği şeytana tapma ayini icra edilmekteydi. Ayini yöneten büyük üstad, locanın ortasında kesilen bir keçinin kanını içiyor ve İbranice bazı dualar okuyarak şeytana tapma ayinini sonuçlandırıyor.
That was University of Wisconsin professor Kevin Barrett, who has recently drawn criticism for plans to teach an Islamic studies course next fall that will incorporate conspiracy theories that the U.S. government was involved in the events of September 11th. Professor Barrett joins us now. Professor, can you give us the context within which you teach this?
Okay, what you've just seen here is he used a nonverbal gesture with his hands in an outward motion to kind of scatter his thinking, and then swayed both of his hands over to his left shoulder, which would give the subconscious impression of being far to the left, and also kind of distracts his thinking a little bit. So that's what he's doing. That's why his hands are all over the place, and then they swing over to his left shoulder to send the subconscious message that he is an extremist, a left-winger. Okay?
Can you give us the context within which you teach this?
Well, yeah, sure. I'm teaching an introductory course on Islam, and I think it's really important to cover these contemporary political issues, and one of them is, of course, the so-called war on terror. Now, the fact is that the great majority of the world's Muslims believe that 9/11 was an inside job.
But that's your opinion, right?
Again, manipulation is all about timing and redirecting and trying to take control of somebody when they're speaking. Here, you see a great example of that by saying that's your opinion, even though he just stated there's a vast number of people that are waking up, even though he specifies the Muslim community. That's not true. It's all over the world. So the journalist's responsibility to misdirect his thinking and to mislead you is to follow up and say, but that's your opinion, even though he stated that it wasn't just his opinion. But it doesn't matter, because people believe what they hear from newscasters. They take in the barrage of words, and the newscaster here understands that. So if he says that, he plants that seed.
Now, the fact is that the great majority of the world's Muslims believe that 9/11 was an inside job.
But that's your opinion, right? That's your opinion that there was an inside job.
Well, after studying the evidence pretty intensively for 2.5 years, I am convinced that 9/11 was, in fact, an inside job.
And are students required to regurgitate that in some way in order to do well in your class?
Again, more manipulation. I'm sure you caught that. Even though this very system of the world creates people to regurgitate, they will often accuse people of doing the things that they do. It's just part of it, okay? So by saying our students required to regurgitate that gives the subconscious impression that he is controlling their minds and not teaching them to think, when in actuality, to be able to see through the media, to be able to see what is going on, is not regurgitation. Any person that does regurgitate and only memorize and not think would not be able to see through it anyway. It doesn't matter. This is reverse psychology. This is just not even that. It's just manipulation. It's just name calling. It's I'm rubber, you're glue. Again, this is a way that he disrupts the guy's thinking with petty comments like that. He knows that this type of person would never want anybody to regurgitate anything, because that doesn't allow them to learn to think. Doesn't matter. If there's an audience to this, he plants that seed again.
Well, after studying the evidence pretty intensively for 2.5 years, I am convinced that 9/11 was in fact an inside
And are
job.
students required to regurgitate that in some way in order to do well in your class?
That's ridiculous. No, I'm not interested in making students regurgitate anything.
All right, Mr. Barrett, Sean Hannity here. Do you really believe that 9/11 was an inside job?
Okay, Sean Hannity. I never watched Fox News before, but within seconds of seeing this guy, you can just see that he is a snake. At least he is currently conducting himself as such. Now, this is pretty basic what he's doing. He's not giving eye contact. He's pretending to be bored with the guy's very presence. And this is a way to discredit him that way, as if he's just some sort of...
Not something I wanted to say, but I'm fucking tired of people lying. I've watched these people just lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie, and they will never fucking tell the truth. So I'm here to tell the truth. Steph Green, sorry, my man. Fucking so sorry. I never wanted to do this, but you're a pedophile. James Gunn. 10,000 tweets, bro. You fucking kidding me? Like, what part of you thought, like, to not delete? What part of you thought it was like, whatever. Guys, the world is changing. The world is changing. We're entering into a new era for mankind, and it's gonna be hard for people.
I want you to keep in mind that all your social media platforms are controlled by the same people, and the New World Order are controllers, basically.
Plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media.